Does she have questions? Does Emily have questions? So could she I'm gonna take care of it today, like we're gonna take care of it.
Not yet. Take it, I'll just take it out. Background. I don't even know some of the names there. Okay, where's the flag? I gave the flag to the flag. Do you want the flag? This one's going to take these are four tables. How far is that good? So you want these chairs as well?
Connie, what's happening back there?
We tried that STI, right?
Yeah, you can come. That's these guys.
It wasn't glitching before? It was working or glitching? It was like this?
two, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Two. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2.
I always have a lot of stuff.
1, 2.
I'm Jill Sedley. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you are you? Okay.
Never.
Check 1,
Got
2.
it. Okay.
Check 1, 2. Come. Check. Welcome. Everyone's welcome to go through the front doors to the garden for light brunch. Everyone's welcome to go to the garden through the front doors, through the front doors to the light brunch.
Just checking in with you. Do you need anything? Can I help you with anything?
I need to get something. You might have some from the colony.
What do you, someone from the colony I will find?
Just email the references.
Yes. Let me try to find someone. What do you need printed?
It's just a detail.
I have it on my phone, but
I know.
Once again, we'd like to invite everyone to a light brunch in the garden. You can exit through the front doors to the garden for a light brunch. Once again, light brunch in the side garden through the front doors. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you all to a light brunch in the East Garden. Exit through the front doors, around to the east side of the building for a light brunch.
Oh, she is? I didn't, she was not supposed to say. But you know. No, you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to deny it. No. Even I know that. You know, you know. So happy. Yeah. I will. And I'm sorry, Stephen's sick. Another friend is sick. Got this echo that I had last week. I can still hear it.
I invited. And I'm sitting here. I need to be near the stage, but also like access to the kitchen just in case. Down the club. A good seat.
This is different.
Oh wait.
Which one's longer? Okay, that one? Shake it, so and run this behind me, both behind me. Are you feeding? I'm not getting anything.
Howdy.
How are you?
Thank you for coming. This is going to be,
Amazing.
Like meat? Like maybe?
do you want to go to the show?
How's Steven feeling?
Would you like that?
You seem good. Like, that's not like an antique kind of no? Is it? It's cool out here, at least.
I'm getting signal.
Okay, that's good then.
No, you go. I'll sit back there. I want to show you. Since they left, just some water. I'm trying to get my girlish figure back. It's so hard, isn't it? And everything settles. You don't realize. I know. See, I was smart. I had mine young. I had mine really young. 49. Yeah, can you get me up? Once I get... Oh my God. fun. Isn't it amazing?
It is.
It's incredible to me. You pick them up.
It's really
Thank you.
important.
Is there food out there? Is there food out there? Did you grab something? You can bring it in. Go. Bring it back. No, I really don't. Rabbi, this is the Dr. Collins, Mary Ellen, yep. Yes. Neighbors.
Sorry, we have to be.
I'm good. I'll wait here. So, see Roberta? See Roberta? Hi. How are you? He wants you to get settled. I'm good. I just don't want to. I know. Because.
Fine. Okay. What happened to the sheet that I put down? At the other door. I had tape on the door, right? But you took it up and didn't put anything else instead? Okay, go behind the speaker and just watch your head.
you? Nice to see you. Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you. Hello, hello. Smash the Yid. What are you gonna do? How you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're going to begin momentarily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please find a seat. We're going to begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We will begin the program. I want to thank you all for coming today for this important summit. We obviously would have really hoped that the importance of the summit is not as important as it's needed, but the world we live in today is very different than the world prior to October 7th. Just want to give a few thank yous today. I first want to thank our co-chairs, Michael and Owen Greenwald, who really helped bring this event together. I also want to thank all our speakers for flying in from all over the country. So thank you, all of you, for joining us today. I want to thank the Colony Hotel for hosting us once again for the third year, and we really appreciate the hospitality that you give us every single year. It's wonderful to work with all of you. To give opening remarks, I'd like to call Rabbi Shiner, the rabbi of the Palm Beach Synagogue, and the synagogue is hosting the event, to share with us some words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. There's one thank you that was not given, and I'd like you to join me in thanking Rabbi Schneur Minsky for organizing today's anti-Semitism Summit. And of course, I want to thank Michael and Nolan. Michael and I had coffee about 3 years ago. This was his brainchild, and it's nice to think about how far we've come. I also want to thank the Colony Hotel once again, Bruce Siegel. He opens up his venue for us and sponsors it for us, so we thank him. And there's one individual I have to thank. I don't have to, I want to thank, and that's Steve Levine for the incredible support that he has shown us since we started this program. So thank you, Steve, for being a visionary and a leader. Timing is everything in life, and there cannot be a better day for this summit than today. And the reason is because tomorrow is the fast of Esther. Remember the story of Queen Esther, the heroine who risked her life to save the Jewish people. Shabbat in synagogues around the world, we will read Parshat Zachor, remembering Amalek and the obligation to wipe out Amalek in every generation as they come up against the Jewish people. And of course, Saturday night around the world, Jews will begin the joyous festival of Purim. And we are living through the story of Purim. We have a modern day Haman who has genocidal plans to destroy the Jewish people, and of course Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas. And we have modern day Jews, Mordechais and Esthers and Queen Esthers, who are standing up with courage and with faith and determination to destroy and to wipe out this evil from the face of the earth. People often ask, here we are having a summit for countering anti-Semitism. Will anti-Semitism ever end? And the answer will be read in every synagogue this Shabbat. In the Torah reading that we read, it's going to say, therefore you should remember Amalek and remain vigilant against Amalek in every generation. Because the war against evil, against Amalek, the Torah says will continue in every generation. I think before October 7th, some may have thought, well, we beat anti-Semitism, but here it is, once again, as the Torah predicted, in every generation, there will be those who will seek the destruction of the Jewish people. As we say at the Passover Seder, in every generation they rise up to destroy us. The miracle of Purim and the miracle of the Jewish people is that after hundreds of attempts to annihilate the Jewish people, we are here and our enemies are all gone. And it's because of our unity, because of our solidarity with each other, our love, and our devotion and commitment to Judaism, that's why we are here. And so we will not solve anti-Semitism here today, but like a cancer, we will manage it, we will destroy it, and remain vigilant to make sure that it doesn't rear its ugly head as it has today, and that we are able to contain it to the best of our abilities. I just want to conclude with a story. It's an old story, I think you all know it, but worth repeating. And that is the story of the scorpion who wanted to cross the river. And it approached a frog, and it said, "Can I get on your back and cross the river?" And the frog said, "I'm not going to take you over the river because you'll sting me with your poisonous claws and kill me." And the frog says to the scorpion, well, the scorpion says to the frog, I won't do that because if I kill you, you drown and I drown with you. So I'll be killing myself in effect. So you don't have to worry about that. So the frog buys the rationale of the scorpion, says, okay, get on my back. And halfway through the river, the scorpion digs its claws into the frog with its poisonous venom. And sure enough, the frog and the scorpion start going down, drowning. And the frog turns to the scorpion and says, I don't understand. Why did you do that? Now we're both going to die. Didn't you tell me you won't do that because it means you're going to die too? And the scorpion says to the frog, I just can't help myself. It's my nature. And that's really the story of anti-Semitism. Those who hate Jews, unfortunately, it's their nature to be evil. And therefore, we have to be aware of that and know who we are dealing with. People who are ready to bring about the destruction of their own societies, their own civilization, their own people for the sake of destroying and killing Jews. And so let us go forth with the spirit of Purim. Purim is the most joyous holiday. Our joy on Purim is our strength. We show that we're traumatized by the events of October 7th. But together with that, we have faith, confidence, optimism, courage, and we have a spirit, the spirit of the Jewish people that we've seen in the land of Israel and throughout the world. And with this unity, this love, and this joy in being Jewish, we will ultimately prevail as we have for 2,500 years since the story of Purim. Am Yisrael Chai.
Hi everybody. Thank you so much for coming today. I'd like to start off by thanking the Palm Beach Synagogue, Rabbi Steiner Minsky, and the whole staff for supporting this summit over the past 3 years, as well as our speakers past and present. Our first summit, we focused on the international threat of anti-Semitism, featuring ambassadors and a lot of people who've worked overseas. Last year, we had a lot more of a local focus after the anti-Semitic incidents in West Palm Beach last year. And in the aftermath of October 7th, this year we're focusing on the importance of featuring a diversity of voices, both Jewish and non-Jewish, to elevate the importance of this issue. My grandfather, who was a rabbi in Beckley, West Virginia, made constant outreach to other marginalized communities and was a proponent of integration, even when it wasn't popular. We as the Jewish people have always fought hatred wherever we saw it, and now it's time for people to stand up and realize that in order to tackle all forms of hatred, we must first tackle anti-Semitism. Thank you.
We're really so happy that everyone's here today. As Rabbi said, we had this conversation over 3 years ago, and I asked him what kept him up at night. And this is well before October 7th. We saw hatred brewing in this country, outside this country, and there's been a great admiration of this problem for many years. And we can no longer admire this problem. We have to break glass. We have to attack it and confront it head on, which is why Nolan and I feel so passionately about attacking this problem. And so as we have gone through pre-October 7th, post-October 7th, we've talked to friends and young families, both Jewish and non-Jewish, and asking them about hatred in their own communities. And so our hope is that this summit today will set a precedent, would light a match for other communities across the country to confront hatred. And so we purposefully have picked several non-Jewish leaders to be with us today to talk about hatred, talk about how they're confronting it. So this evening we'll hear from Andrew Yang talk about anti-Asia hate. We're going to hear from some very, very prominent social media influencers in talking about how to break glass that way, as well as following the money, confronting the messaging, as well as what's happening, as we all know, on college campuses and what can be done. So from the bottom of our hearts, we greatly appreciate you all being here, being a force of good, being action-oriented in this very special community that we all live in. Nolan and I could not have done this without Rabbi Minsky, who is just a force, if anyone meets him. And Rabbi Shiner, Palm Beach Synagogue, truly action-oriented. I've never come across a synagogue that is this action-oriented and this purposeful. And Steve Levin, thank you so much for your support and for being a good leader in this community. But it all takes all of you to show up and be part of this conversation. And so we hope this is just one of many that we need to attack and confront this problem and to truly break glass. So thank you so much.
We are honored to have with us, to give regards from Israel, the Consul General of Israel in Miami, Maor Elbaz Darinsky.
Thank you so much for having me. I was not actually planning on talking, but being a married man, I don't get too often to speak, so I will not skip this opportunity. So thank you very much again for having me. I've seen so many experienced, wise, smart, professional people that are dealing with anti-Semitism remind me of a kind of a bittersweet joke of a non-Jew that goes on a train and sees two rabbis sitting in the same cart, and he thinks to himself, well, I have a couple of hours of a train ride, I will sit next to these two rabbis, the smartest people on earth, I will get wiser and smarter. And lo and behold, for the entire duration of the ride, the rabbi says nothing, not even a word. And this guy thought he was missing the opportunity, so when they arrived in the destination, he asked one of the rabbis, listen, for 3-4 hours, you didn't say anything. And I was hoping to learn from your wisdom. Why didn't you say anything? Then the rabbi told him, well, I'm a Jewish rabbi, I already know everything. He is a Jewish rabbi, he already knows everything. What can we possibly talk about? That reminds me, we know anti-Semitism. We know anti-Semitism, we know what it feels like. We probably also know, to a certain extent, how to deal with it, education and law enforcement and legislation and all that. But the question is, what do we do with them? How do we make sure that everybody knows what we know about anti-Semitism, what it feels to experience anti-Semitism, what it feels really to be prone to discrimination at its pure essence. And sometimes it is not so, sometimes it's not, anti-Semitism is not about Nazis rallies around Orlando with their flags. Sometimes anti-Semitism is about rejecting Jewish scholars from doing a postdoc in your institute, or of course, as Reb Stefanik so eloquently showed, just not opposing to those who call from or chant from the river to the sea. All these kind of things sometimes are just under the surface, but we of course feel them enormously. I had an interview just a couple of weeks ago, and somebody asked me, so we can't criticize Israel? I said, well, of course you can criticize Israel. I'm a married man, I know how to deal with criticism. It's okay to criticize Israel, but I assume that when you criticize Israel, you hold it to the same standards that you hold any other thing that you cover, right? So when you ask about how many civilians were killed in Gaza, very valid question, fine, and I even have some answers. But I'm sure you've asked the same questions about other wars, about other battles, about what happened in Fallujah, and what happened in Mosul, what happened in Afghanistan, what's going on in Syria, and what's going on in Yemen, what's going on in Sudan. Of course, the answer is no. They only ask this question when it comes to Israel. They only ask these questions when it comes to Jews. And that's anti-Semitism, and we have to expose it, and we have to be unified, and we have to fight it, and we will. Throughout my tenure over here of 3 years, we've done and so many things on economic and politics and culture and academia and sports, you name it. Very, very few things, if at all, can be as important as me, as a representative of the State of Israel, working with you, with the American Jewry, and with other communities over here to fight anti-Semitism, because that pertains to the future of our 2,500 years old people. So I commit that the State of Israel is committed and devoted to fight anti-Semitism with all possible stakeholders. We will continue working with the legislators in the state, federal legislators. We are very, very lucky to be living here in Florida, where they have such a robust legislation and we have such a great cooperation with the law enforcement. I don't know if there are any law enforcement officers over here, but really we have the best partnership possible with the law enforcement, helping us really to curb this phenomena. And thank you all for being over here. We are, of course, will continue this partnership. God bless you all. God bless Israel. And see you soon. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of CAM, Sasha Reutman.
You probably all recognize these sounds, right? These are the sounds of the sirens that start on October 7 until January, and then it continues in the south, and in the north, in other places. It's been 5 months that in Israel it's been very difficult for us, so thank you for coming here today. As an Israeli, as a Jew, when I see this unity, it means a lot to us, and it's important to see this gathering, to see this community that is able to work together. You probably hear my accent, a mix of Israeli accent and French accent. So I grew up in Belgium. Belgium, the capital of the world of anti-Semitism, and what you see today in the United States is what we have seen 30 years ago in Europe. And the fact that we have a strong Jewish community in the United States that is able to work with allies will make the difference. So thank you for coming today. The song that you heard changed everything in our life. It starts by changing the way that we look at the world. That I look at my children to explain them what's happening. And this song is a song of hatred and anti-Semitism. But it didn't stop there. And I will use another song to explain what's happening to us as a Jewish community, not this one. So when I try to summarize the past 5 months, these are the songs that have changed us forever. Forever. They've changed the way that I look, and obviously you look, at the world. Our dedication to fight for the Jewish people and against anti-Semitism. And unfortunately, Jews are coming together again for the wrong reasons. While in Israel, Jews are targeted by Hamas and Hezbollah, the Jews in diaspora are targeted by the extreme left, extreme right, and radical Islam. They found anti-Semitism a common cause between them. Let's explain that. 80 years after the Holocaust, we hear voices of Jews that are ready to leave, and they ask the questions where we should go. So we tell you, you don't go anywhere, you stay where we are, and we fight together. We join forces, we don't leave where we are, but we need to work very hard. Before I share a little bit of my story, I would like to introduce the 2 gifts that I received from God. My children, Ari and Daniela. Ari is 4 years old and Daniela is 2 years old. They live between the river and the sea. Yes. Like thousands of other Israelis. They've been targeted by Hamas in the past 5 months. And then when you hear the chants in the streets, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, it's turning to be very personal for me and for many others. Because they're targeting our children. But not only the children of Israel, all the children of the Jewish people. But it's easier to target the children of Israel when they're living between the river and the sea. And you need to see Ari and Daniela when they hear the sirens that you just heard. They're running. They're running to the bomb shelter because they know why they need to run. They know that it's for saving their life. At the age of 4 and 2, can you imagine that? This is their story. Now, the thing that we don't speak about enough is the post-trauma of a 2-year-old child and a 4-year-old child. They walk in the street with me in Tel Aviv. They hear an ambulance. What they think is happening to them? They run. But there is no reason to run, because not every sound is the sound of a siren. But for them, at the age of 2 and 4, it is a changing moment for their life. My family came to Belgium, as I said, from Poland in the 1915. They arrived to Belgium to escape the pogroms. They've been saved by the righteous among the nations of different cities. And today I'm asking myself, where are the righteous of today? We don't see them, but we need them. They are a minority, but those that exist, we can find them, and they exist. We need to work very hard. But when they arrived in Belgium, they were very proud to learn French, very proud of the new country that hosts them. They were grateful to receive a safe home as Jews that left Poland. So my grandfather, as I said, was saved by a family of righteous among the nation. Also my grandmother. And my grandfather is very proud to share his story that he was running in the streets as a very proud Jew because he knew that no one in the city will collaborate. No one in the city, where the Nazis were arriving in the city, were telling that this is a Jewish family in this city. They were very proud to have a Jew in their city. I grew up in a very, very Zionist Jewish family. We loved Israel and were proud to be Jewish. But we're also very Belgian citizens. I even left my Jewish school to go to a regular school because I felt strong as a Jewish boy and proud to share my values with others. I was a Belgian Jew, just like my grandparents were at school. I was the only Jewish kid in school, and I was called a Jew. I was very proud because we had an Italian, we had a black guy, we had an Asian immigrant, and we had a Jew. And one day I told that to my mother. Mothers are always right, you're going to discover that soon. And she was shocked, while I was very proud. And she told me, today you're the Jew, but tomorrow you are the Jew. I didn't believe her. Until the age of 15, when the Second Intifada started. And then I've been asked, as the Jew of the class, of course, why I kill Palestinians. No, I was with you in the class, guys, come on. I didn't kill anybody. So the answer is very clear, and it was very clear. But you are the same, Jews and Israelis, you kill Palestinians together. That didn't really make sense to me, but it changed who I am. Because from being a Belgian Jew, I was a Jew. And I lost my identity. So I moved to Israel. If I'm not a Belgian guy, so who I am as a Jewish person, I really believe in my identity as being a Zionist as well. So I moved to Israel. I served 6 years in the IDF. Leon Ben Rimon is here. Leon Ben Rimon was a former serviceman with me in the IDF, lone soldier as well. And we met together in the IDF, and now we see each other here in Palm Beach. So he's a member of the Palm Beach Synagogue. So thank you, Leon, for serving with me. And I served a second time. After my first degree, the IDF called me and asked me, do you want to join? I said, how much you pay? They told me 7,000 shekels. Can you transfer in dollars? I said, that's not really good to live, but they offer me free schnitzels. So, okay, for free schnitzels, I will do it, but then I pay the price. So this is why I served another 4 years, where I've been a digital warfare unit of the IDF. After that, I moved to New York to work for the World Jewish Congress to deal with international campaigns and global advocacy. Today, I serve as the CEO of the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, an organization that was founded by a member of this synagogue, by Robert Barron and his son, Adam Barron. Robert Barron sees the synagogue as one of his legacy in this world, but also CAM, our organization. And we're very proud that today I can present to the congregation that Robert and Bob Barron was a member of. I had a speech of 10 minutes and I have 7 minutes, so I'm moving a bit faster. After 5 years of very hard labor, we are proud to present a coalition of 850 partner organizations that we have built. The Combat Anti-Semitism Movement was founded in a very simple principle. We fight with no ego, and we work with non-Jews. This is why Adam Barron, when he stood up and he said, I want to fight, but with no ego. I want to work with everybody. Everyone that can work with us, we're going to work with us. So we have 3,000 decision makers are working with us around the world, with a major focus on municipal leaders, and mayors, where we believe that they have the responsibility to protect every Jewish community. We are focusing where others are not. We don't want to duplicate any work that is done. And we also consider ourselves as Navy SEALs of the Jewish world, where we can be the first, reacting fast, being global. We have offices in five countries, the United States, Uruguay, Berlin, and Israel. It's 4 countries, sorry. And today we're focusing our efforts really in establishing a network of state legislators to build a shield to protect the Jewish community and students on campuses. We don't work on campuses because we believe we need to offer the state a proper legislation. We work with attorney generals to be sure that Jews are legally protected. We have a robust research center that provides every week information on anti-Semitism on a weekly basis, monthly basis, and annual basis. We have a grassroots network that we work with millions of people across the world. We have built a system like in the VC companies that we have. We're offering small grants with social entrepreneurs to develop new ideas, new concepts, things that we cannot do because we cannot be everywhere. But we can use the power of the mass to support them, support social entrepreneurs, and help them building a great movement. The biggest challenge that we have, it was said before by the Consul General, is fighting the righteous of today, the non-Jews that are ready to fight, that are ready to support and to work with us. We are focusing on fighting non-Jewish people every day. This is a part of our mission. By building cultural projects, we have a jazz project for Jews and Afro-American, for example. We're working with Muslims across the United States to celebrate the Iftar, to celebrate and doing even interfaith Passover sellers to teach them about our cause and to make sure they know who we are. We brought recently a delegation of Muslim leaders to Israel to see themselves, and they came back to the United States and they're speaking about their experience because they saw for themselves. It was not on social media. It was a real deal. They went into Israel and they see what happened to the Jews of Israel. There is place for everyone in this fight, to all of you. For example, we're establishing a network of business leaders that we use their support for our cause. Not financially, but when we send a letter with the name of a very, very significant business leader, people are opening the letters. People are applying to us. And your name has a value, has enormous value. You can advocate, you can send letters, you can reach out to your legislators, and this is very important. We have a network of artists against anti-Semitism, and we're also working in the world of fashion design because we want to make sure that Jews will be also fashionably designed to fight anti-Semitism. It sounds weird, but this is how the BLM movement starts, by creating brands, working with brands, with Adidas, with others. And if we are not able to build also our own brand that is cool for young people and attractive, we're not going to win. I would like just to finish now, so you know who I am and what I do, to thank this wonderful congregation, this wonderful community, the rabbis, the Consul General, and all of you for what you do, because you are very active, and it's wonderful as a Jew from Israel to see that, and as a Jew coming from Belgium, I can guarantee you that we don't see that in Europe. So thank you for who you are and for what you do.
On behalf of the Palm Beach Synagogue and Michael and Owen Greenwald and the Summit to Counter Anti-Semitism, we thank you for joining us today. May God bless you with strength and courage to continue your important work. Michael. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. We have a few more talks before we get into our first break. I would like to call up someone very, very special who was able to make it today, and we thank you very much for being here. Brooke Goldstein is a New York-based human rights attorney, author, and award-winning filmmaker. She serves as executive director of the Lawfare Project, a nonprofit organization dedicated to raising awareness about and facilitating a response to the views of Western legal system and human rights law. Thank you for being with us today.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here today. Thank you for fitting me in at the very last minute. I didn't realize I was going to be in Miami, but when I found out this was happening, I demanded that I attend, mostly to just be in the presence of so many luminaries and people that I support and admire and follow and learn from all the time. So I'm grateful to everyone here for including me. My name is Brooke Goldstein. I am the founder and executive director of the Lawfare Project, which is the world's foremost Jewish civil rights litigation fund and public interest law firm. And in that capacity, I run a network of over 600 lawyers and 36 major law firms, including top 20 law firms. And over the past 8 years, we have filed over 140 seminal civil rights cases on behalf of Jewish communities around the world. I also do a little bit of television, and after October the 7th, I kept getting the same question. Every time I went on, whether it's Fox News or Newsmax or ILTV, I kept getting asked the same question. And the question was, are you surprised about what's happening on US college campuses? And the answer to that was obviously no. Because people like me and my colleagues in this room have been shouting at the top of their lungs for the past 10 plus years. We've been screaming about the radicalization happening in the American education system, and we were met with a strategic, coordinated campaign to silence us, whether it was through slandering, calling us anti-Muslim, racist, or Islamophobic, whether it was through lawfare attacks, legal attacks designed to silence and intimidate us, whether it was through actual threats and the carrying out of physical violence against some of my colleagues. This, what I call the Islamophobia industry, succeeded in intimidating not just Americans, but the Jewish community from standing up for themselves. It succeeded in intimidating the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, and the FBI to turn a blind eye to the fact that Qatar, for example, the #2 state sponsor of the Hamas-designated terrorist organization, has been spending at least $1 billion a year for the last 10 years, making grants to American college campuses, which we argue in our recent lawsuit against Carnegie Mellon University. These outsized donations no doubt have played a role in fomenting both anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism on US college campuses. And so October the 7th really was a watershed moment, not just for the Jewish community, but for the world. And if you take away anything today from what I'm saying, please let it be this. We must no longer feel intimidated to talk about the shared threats that we face as a Jewish state and Jewish people and in the West, because they are shared threats. The haters have now come out of their holes for everybody to see. There's no more pretending that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. There's no more pretending that Students for Justice in Palestine is just some sort of benign grassroots student movement. They are not. There is no more pretending that this so-called pro-Palestinian movement is a movement for self-sovereignty. It is not. There's no such thing as a Palestinian democracy movement or a Palestinian peace movement. There's no more pretending that progressive ideology is liberal. It is not. It is pro-terror. There's no more pretending, for example, that pro-Israel advocacy is the be-all, end-all, that we have to convince people to love us. We don't. They have to fear us. They have to fear the consequences of unlawfully engaging in Jew hatred. And the rabbi asked earlier, is it possible to end Jew hatred in our lifetime? It comes back every lifetime. It is possible to subdue it when we impose real legal consequences. There's also no more pretending that we're not entitled to use the legal system to our advantage, as every single other minority community has done in the history of America. Impact litigation, civil rights litigation, is as American as apple pie. Okay, if you think about it, every single civil right that we enjoy as Americans is a product of a seminal civil rights case, if it's not expressly written into the US Constitution, which is a living document meant to be interpreted by our courts. All right? Roe v. Wade, women's rights to choose, which was recently overturned. Brown v. Board of Education, which is a civil rights case that was set up that got rid of segregation in our schools. The recent case by the Asian community against Harvard, which overturned affirmative action. Now, name me one Jewish civil rights case that has made its way to the US Supreme Court. None. Jews have been at the forefront of every single civil rights movement in American history. We have marched for Black lives. We have marched for women's rights. The time is now for Jews to march for Jewish rights. And we cannot be ashamed to aggressively pursue them. 8 years ago, when I filed my first lawsuit against an American school, I got a phone call from the leader of a now defunct, what was a major liberal Jewish organization, who was yelling at me on the phone, telling me, who do I think I am coming in? They've been negotiating behind closed doors. By filing my lawsuit, I'm ruining that negotiation, no matter the fact that the very students they were negotiating for came to me and were serving as plaintiffs in our lawsuit. He called me, quote, too aggressive. You're causing anti-Semitism by being too aggressive, he said. Can you imagine a Black civil rights advocate accusing the NAACP of too aggressively asserting the civil rights of the Black people in an American court? It wouldn't happen. But again, October the 7th, a watershed moment. We've woken up. Where we were once divided both in Israel, unfortunately, and home on political partisan lines, we are united now. And we are the eternal people, and we have outlived all of our enemies. And the question is not, will we win? Because we will win this war. We will win the civil rights battle in America, and we will win the war against Hamas. The only question is what price are we going to pay? And when we continue to appease the enemy, and we continue to not stand up for ourselves, the price we pay becomes higher. And so that is why I'm very, very proud to serve as the director of the Lawfare Project, because not only do we file seminal civil rights cases, but we win them. When we sued San Francisco State University for their policy of no Zionists allowed, the Hillel students wanted to table at a student fair. They were denied the ability to table. We sued the school. And what was remarkable to me is that the school said, well, we don't deny. They didn't deny that they didn't allow the Hillel students to table. It wasn't a fact at issue in the litigation. They said, yeah, we didn't allow them to table, but not because they're Jewish, because they're Zionists. And Zionism is a political point of view, and the California anti-discrimination law prevents discrimination based on religion, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, skin color. It doesn't prevent us from discriminating against your political point of view. And to that we said, well, number one, who are you to define what Zionism means for our clients? Zionism is an integral part of their Jewish cultural, ethnic, and religious identity. But let's say you're right. Let's say Zionism is only a political point of view. Only Jewish students are given a political litmus test, as Sasha said before was his experience. Only Jewish students are given a political litmus test as a conditioned precedent to participate. And that is de facto discrimination. You don't go to the Chinese Student Association, ask them, what is your position on China's handling of COVID? And unless you're a good Chinese American student, you can participate. You don't go to the Muslim Student Association, ask them what their position is on Iranian nuclear disarmament, and unless they give you the right answer, they can't participate. Only the Jewish students are given a political litmus test to participate. We ended up settling that case. We reversed the school's policy, which now reads, quote, that the California State University system recognizes that Zionism is an integral part of the Jewish identity. When we sued the National Lawyers Guild for enforcing their BDS resolution, the National Lawyers Guild is the oldest lawyers guild in America. They have dozens of chapters, thousands of lawyers. They decided to pass a BDS resolution. Well, we tested that. We incorporated a company, our client incorporated a company in Judea, Samaria. They called it Bibliotechnical. And we attempted to buy an ad in the National Lawyers Guild annual journal for a dinner just like this. We paid $200. We bought a half-page ad that read something like, congratulations to the NLG for all your activity. Love, Bibliotechnical, comma, Judea, comma, Israel. Well, the National Lawyers Guild, within a couple days, refunded the $200 to the credit card and was stupid enough to write us an email that says, I'm sorry, we don't do business with Israelis. So they refunded the money. Well, we turned around and we sued the National Lawyers Guild for unlawful commercial discrimination. Day one in court, we settled the case, we reversed their policy, we forced the board to issue a resolution stating that they do not support national origin discrimination. We forced them to send a letter to every NLG chapter saying that if they engage in BDS, they will lose NLG chapter status. And best of all, we forced them to do business with our Israeli client. And this time, we bought a full-page ad. When Hamas, and I have very little time, so I'm just gonna rapid fire this, a couple more cases, and I'll hightail off the stage here. When Hamas was having their annual conference a couple years back at the Intercontinental Hotel in Doha, in Qatar, our friends at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies alerted us, and we sent a very strongly worded letter to the Intercontinental Hotel, which is an American company, warning them that if they host Hamas, a designated terrorist group, they do so in violation of federal material support for terrorism statutes, and they risk between, I don't know, Michael, you would probably know this better than I, probably about 20 to 22 years in prison. That day, the Intercontinental Hotel canceled the Hamas annual meeting in Doha. We recently filed a lawsuit against Carnegie Mellon University. Some of you may have heard of it. It was really all over the news. And I mentioned the media for a reason. These are not just Jewish issues. The fact that Qatar is engaged in the largest influence campaign this world has ever seen, spending billions of dollars on our hospital systems or educational systems, is an issue of national security that all Americans must be concerned with. So we sued Carnegie Mellon University, the third largest recipient of Qatari money, on behalf of our client Yael Kanan, a very brave Israeli-American student at the School for Architecture at CMU. She was denied the ability to go to a memorial ceremony for the victims of the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre. Then, when she was in her class and they were told to do a model on the difference between public spaces and private spaces, she decided to do a model on an eruv, which is the demarcation between a public and private space for the purposes of carrying laws on Shabbat. Her teacher came up to her and said, "Is that the wall that Israelis use to separate themselves from Palestinians?" She says, "No, this is an eruv," and she explained what it is. To which the teacher replied, "Why don't you do a project on what Jews do to make themselves so hated?" She complained. Her complaints were not only ignored, but she was retaliated against. She was given a near failing grade, and she was told that this is not the school's problem and she should just not attend class. But we are suing this school for unlawful discrimination, and I know that this case is going to blow open the influence campaign that Qatar is engaging right now in American college campuses. And just three more very quickly. We just a couple of weeks ago filed a lawsuit against Columbia University on behalf of Mackenzie Forrest. I don't have to tell you this, but Columbia University is where the pro-Hamas moms have been walking around campus in violation, chanting and marching around campus in violation, not just of the student codes, but in violation of the law, chanting genocidal chants. They beat up a Jewish student who broke his hand, and they tried to force our client, Mackenzie Forrest, to attend school during Shabbat. When she said, I cannot attend school during a Saturday, they said, well, why don't you ask your rabbi to exempt you from the Jewish laws? They actually told her that, and then they tried to kick her out of the program. And finally, we are representing the 11 students now at Cooper's Union. I'm sure you all saw the video that went viral of the students basically locked in the library while pro-Hamas protesters chanted and threatened them with violence. And I just want to mention one more thing. It's not just campuses. We're so focused on campuses right now. We're suing hospital systems. We're suing corporations for workplace discrimination. We launched a lawsuit against CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is a Muslim Brotherhood front organization and an unindicted co-conspirator in a terror financing case. CARE was stupid enough to go after Tamar Herman, a Jewish teacher, falsely and defamatorily accusing her of ripping off the hijab of a 7-year-old student, because this is all part of their Islamophobia mania campaign to intimidate and silence us. We will no longer be intimidated, but I need your help. We need to fund these lawsuits. We need plaintiffs. We need the community to encourage our colleagues and our students to stand up for themselves. And of course, we need law firms and we need attorneys to engage in this battle, to donate their services pro bono. And I thank you so much for your time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving right along. We have 2 more speakers before we get into our first break. First, we're going to have a presentation. So, we all know the importance of Holocaust education, and our summit sponsor today, Stephen A. Levine, is very involved in Morse Life's Holocaust Education Initiative, and we're going to hear more about it from the CEO of Morse Life, Keith Myers. So please give your undivided attention and pay attention to the screens.
Hello? Great. Brooke, great to see you. You are wonderful, inspirational. Thank you. Morse Life has been taking care of Holocaust survivors for over 40 years. And one message that we always hear is, please, never, ever forget about the Holocaust. Unfortunately, now, never again is happening. Morse Life established the Holocaust Learning Experience under the chairmanship of Steve Levin because we wanted to develop a response to combating anti-Semitism. I would like to also, I hope many of you saw the congressional hearings that took place on December the 5th when Congress was interviewing the presidents of Harvard and University of Pennsylvania, MIT, about anti-Semitism. I want to show you a short clip.
It is clear that the Jewish students on all of your campuses are afraid to be themselves because you have refused to take real anti-Semitism, right? A lot of rhetoric, no action. I strongly encourage all of you to look at the Holocaust learning experience set up by Morse Life Health System in Florida to teach lessons from the actual Holocaust to students in 5th through 12th grade. This program has trained hundreds of teachers in 2 short years and has gone a long way to teaching students about the harm anti-Semitism has in our community. Harvard, UPenn, and MIT, I think y'all could learn a little bit about this.
Just like Congressman Lisa McClain said, Morse Life developed the Holocaust learning experience because we wanted to show action. And now it gives me great honor to introduce Dr. Ginny Frumer, who is the Vice President of Strategic Initiative for Morse Life.
Thank you. Thank you, Keith. Our signature educational model has 5 primary elements. The signature educational model, its purpose, as part of the Holocaust learning experience, is to educate and transform generations to end hate, bigotry, prejudice, and anti-Semitism. These 5 elements are used for primary, elementary, middle, and high school, 5th through 12th grades. There are a number of components that are important. The primary initiative and its impact is this is a bundled approach. Teachers receive a bundled, easily deployable, delivered directly into the classroom initiative. So we know that teachers want to often teach the Holocaust, but are afraid of the material, afraid of the content, and also have to do a lot of work, even though there are incredibly generous and wonderful lesson plans available to them. The Teacher's Resource Guide is the most relevant and important facilitative tool that is part of this packaged approach, so that teachers are able to facilitate a lesson. They do not have to be the purveyor, if you will, of the content.
And I want to say that this bundle method is so important because, as you know, there are thousands of teachers that must teach Holocaust education, but they do not have the benefit of going to a museum or a university to learn Holocaust instruction. So what they do is not only show the lesson and they hear a Holocaust survivor talk, but all they have to do is take out the Teacher's Resource Guide, follow the resource guide, talk about the phrases that accommodate that lesson, talk about some of the key words, ask thought-provoking questions, and it's a total win because these teachers who don't have the benefit now can teach Holocaust education because they just plug and play, and it's done by a learning management system.
All of our pre-recorded bundled approach offers 2 primary videos. The first is a video which is a mini documentary using historical footage specific to the lesson from the Holocaust. Think of a lesson as a unit. We have soon to be 40 different lessons from the Holocaust. Each video accompanies the historicity and the testimony of a Holocaust survivor. We are lucky today that we have thousands and thousands of Holocaust survivor testimonies available to us. However, we have chosen to professionally produce Holocaust survivor testimony to correlate strongly with the lesson that is being taught. So for example, if the lesson are the killing squads, we have a Holocaust survivor who actually survived kneeling down at a mass grave about to be shot. So this correlation provides the individual testimony of the Holocaust to this mini documentary, which is the historicity, the lesson that is done as a mini documentary. Our outcomes, and I believe that we are the only program that is consistently collecting data that in terms of methodology is retrospective, asking students how they might have acted prior to seeing a lesson and how they would act now after seeing a lesson. The professional component, the professional learning component, is a really important component because this is delivered directly to teachers through a learning management system. It is truly plug and play. Teachers simply get enrollment keys and are able to access this immediately. So this approach is truly scalable and sustainable into the smallest of districts, the smallest of classrooms. Here are some examples of our lessons or units. Each lesson, each of those videos that we speak about are closed captioned in English, Creole, Spanish, and also Russian. North Florida, Jacksonville area has a lot of Ukrainian students. Here are some of the additional topics that we're working on. Many of you know Dr. Robert Watson from Lynn University. He is going to be our subject matter expert for likened AP advanced placement lessons that can go straight into college campuses. All of our materials, all of the content has been put together by an award-winning retired educator from Broward County. She has a master's in curriculum design and instruction, and she also has won awards for her Holocaust studies.
In December, we were awarded by the state of Florida the opportunity to provide the Holocaust learning experience to all 67 school districts in this state for all the public school systems. That will impact over 2.1 million students. And it's because of the bundling method, it's so innovative, that we only have to provide it through the learning management system, and anybody can use it, and that's why it's for free for the entire state of Florida. There are 26 other states that mandate Holocaust education. And we are working with North Carolina, Utah, Indiana, Georgia, Mississippi, and Michigan, and Virginia. And we are working really closely and finishing the negotiations with Germany. We're working with the Ministry of Education, and they hope by next year to have our Holocaust learning experience in all 16,000 schools in Germany.
This is a cross-curricular program and initiative. That means that any teacher, social studies, arts and language, even economics are using this across in at least 30 of the school districts in Florida. You just saw an avatar. That's how easy it is. It's just a matter of click, click. Once a school district signs on, they get an enrollment key. The administrator then sends that out, depending on 5th and 6th grade, middle school or high school. A teacher has immediate access to the lessons that are specific to those grades. We want to show you less than 4.5 minutes, an example, a montage, if you will. Some of the historiosity that is pulled together with the testimony of a Holocaust survivor on the kinder transport, which is one of our lessons.
The kinder transport. After Kristallnacht, the streets and sidewalks of Jewish communities were littered with broken glass from vandalized buildings, giving rise to the names Crystal Night or Night of Broken Glass. Close to 100 innocent German Jewish citizens were murdered during the pogrom.
Now Poland started to revere or accept Nazis, and the stronger and more popular they became, the more harassed the Jews became, and I was disrespected and condemned because of my background, which I wasn't that much aware of anyway. I was only 12 years old. And then it got worse. My mother used to stop in the grocery store on our street, across the street. And one day she went to do her shopping, and there was a sign on the door that said, Juden nicht erwünscht. That means Jews are not welcome. The headmaster of the Jewish school that became a segregated item, he helped to organize what is called a Kindertransport, assembling children and gathering support from the outside world wherever possible, and particularly England. And that's how I got to England, because of his efforts.
The Kindertransport, German for Children's Transport, was an organized rescue effort between 1938 and 1940 that brought thousands of refugee children, the vast majority of them Jewish, to Great Britain from Nazi-controlled territory. Private citizens or organizations had to guarantee payment for each child's care, education, and eventual return to their parents. Parents or guardians could not accompany the children. The few infants included in the program were cared for by other children on their transport. The United Kingdom took in nearly 10,000 children and put them in foster homes, schools, and farms. Often they were the only members of their families who survived the Holocaust.
When I got to England, we were placed with different families who took us in, and a couple of them were very unpleasant. I was very unhappy. They were not nice to me. They took me in, but the woman was very unpleasant, didn't seem to like me, and I liked her even less. I started to cry about living with the people that I was dumped with, you know. And I realized this is still not coming. Nobody's coming for me. My life is over. They didn't have a choice to say, I don't want her to go. They let me go. But in a way, they saved my life. It's just a horror story, come and go, not a one-way street.
We are met every day with people who need our help. You can make the difference in the life of someone who may be struggling.
If you don't discuss something, a crime that somebody committed, you can't defend yourself the next time somebody may be doing the same thing to you.
I'd like to introduce the Executive Director of the Holocaust Learning Experience, Lee Rackman.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have had such amazing feedback from districts all throughout the state of Florida. This program is being used and utilized in districts from the north to the south, east to the west. But we thought it would be really impactful for you to hear from one of the district administrators, Donna Dunnicky from Charlotte County. She is the Director of Curriculum and Social Studies for K-12.
With the new mandate, I was looking for something that was engaging, that was something that I could implement from grades 5 through 12, something that was high quality, something that was tightly aligned to the standards, and the Holocaust learning experience checks all of those boxes for me. The lessons are, highly planned and organized, and provide lots of ways for teachers to implement, whether they have 40 minutes, whether they have 3 class periods, whether they can chunk it into 15 minutes lessons over the course of a week. So flexibility, age appropriateness, the impact of the survivor testimony really makes a difference.
So I can share that Donna has had us train every 5th through 12th grade teacher that teaches language arts, social studies, world history, and geography. So it's really been impactful for her district.
Morse Life was established 40 years ago with the mission to heal seniors physically, emotionally, and spiritually. The Holocaust learning experience intersects with that mission with education values. Any questions?
Moving right along, we're going to start with our first panel for the day, and then we're going to break into a coffee break. I'd like to call up Matthew Levitt, former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Intelligence Analysis at the U.S. Department of State, and Jonathan Chafkin, who is a former CIA Director, speechwriter, to please come on stage.
We're running behind. It's like I flew JetBlue here. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Rabbi. I can't think of two better people to have this conversation with. I have the great fortune to work with Matt at the Treasury on disrupting terrorist financing, and so we're going to talk about disrupting financing for anti-Semitism, and also, Johnny with his esteemed career at the Central Intelligence Agency. So I want to start with you, Matt, because Matt is one of the foremost experts on Hamas and truly wrote the textbook on Hamas before really anyone really knew about the threat of Hamas. And I joke with Matt that in grad school, when I was studying terrorist financing, my bibliography is all Matthew Levitt. And so, Matt, just to start with you, when you look at the rise in these anti-Semitic incidents, and you think about the money that has been flowing, which sometimes isn't very much money, what do you make of the rise in the money that's fueling it on campus and inside organizations? We've heard from previous speakers about money coming in and outside of the United States, but maybe just level set for us where you see the financing threat today.
So first of all, congratulations to everybody for putting this on. Thank you for doing it. I feel like we got the lesser half of the couple. I kind of wish no one was here, but all right, we'll make do.
She's the much better half.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll make do. So look, I think the first thing to say is that I think you got to think of October 7th as like an MRI. And you get an MRI and the doctor finds something, it's not like that's what caused it, it was pre-existing. October 7th has revealed, in sharp contrast, deep anti-Semitism that pre-existed and then just felt comfortable, released to be able to come out so quickly. It's not like this came out of nowhere. There had to be something that was pre-existing. And I think that, to kind of piggyback on what Brooke was talking about, I really do think that whether it's some of the groups on the left, including groups affiliated with the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is a Marxist, not an Islamist group, or the groups in the United States that are Islamist and are more tied to Hamas, they have all seen very closely what we have done in civil and criminal cases both. I think in particular about the criminal case against the Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development outside of Dallas. I worked that case when I was with the FBI. I was later the government secretary witness in that case. And
that's a hard case to prosecute.
It's a whole story. But the bottom line is, it's like playing poker with an open hand. Like, if you showed these people actually how far they can go, and they went exactly that far in setting up organizations that then post-October 7th were able to deploy on campuses and other places. And I think that, just to give another example of a civil case, the case of the Boyne family in Chicago against the Quranic Literacy Institute and the Islamic Association for Palestine and the HLF bankrupted those organizations. But now other organizations, American Muslims for Palestine, Students for Justice in Palestine, came out of those, some of the same people doing some of the same things, but going just up to the legal line, and they put these things in motion. So what you're going to see now is both, I can tell you, the FBI is pursuing all kinds of criminal cases, both for support organizations here and for anybody here or abroad who is tied to the events of October 7th itself or were in Hamas leadership positions. And then there also are, I'm involved in a bunch of them, a whole bunch of civil cases that are percolating, some have already been filed, to hold people and organizations responsible, including some here, who have ties to Hamas. And that's important because there's legislation that makes that illegal. There's not legislation that makes it illegal to say nasty things. So we have to be kind of proactive in how we go about this.
So I'm gonna volley to Johnny for a second, and then I'm gonna come back to you. But when you were the speechwriter to the director of the CIA, the deputy director, you dealt with very sensitive issues following just the terrorist attacks of October 7th. We need to continue to call it terrorist attacks of October 7th and not forget that. When writing, because you've written about many events after terrorism, during terrorism, how do you separate the personal and the professional when you're about to go and write those remarks?
I'll give you the lab room, the sort of the laboratory answer, which is I do a very poor job because I'm a pretty emotional guy. And so, you know, I'll speak from personal experience in that I think we all remember October 7th. I think the news kept coming in, and every time, every wave of information, it was horrifying. And then you saw the domestic reaction here from groups like DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. And you thought it was parody. And I remember being filled with rage, being filled with sorrow. And if I were writing, and I've done some writing of my own, you left that channel there because that's authentic. But when you're writing at a place like the agency, if you're an analyst or a speechwriter, if you're writing for the government, or frankly, in the private sector, if you're writing for an institution, you have to remember that you're capturing a voice. You're not capturing your own voice, you're capturing the institutional voice. And so it's simple tricks, like having really good teammates who can look at something before it goes out. It's sleeping on it. I mean, how many of us have written something that before we went to bed thought was the most amazing thing in the world, and then you wake up and you realize it's terrible. Never. So that's really, it's hard. Now, part of why I enjoy being out of government is that I can express my own personal voice and the anger, the fury, the sorrow of that day, but it's impossible, it's very difficult.
Well, the reason why I ask you the question is because words matter. And words from campuses matter, from major institutions, from key leaders, and it's not just our elected officials anymore. When you're a major institution in the community or in the country, when an event occurs, your words matter. And so, do you think that there is enough appreciation, or is there a dismissive nature for why some words are used, like calling it terrorism or not, and calling it a heinous attack or not, compared to other barbaric events that have occurred in this country? What does that look like in the editing process? Because I think a lot of people in this room following October 7th were extremely angry because the Jewish community has always come to the defense of many groups. Very charitable, very philanthropic. But when it came to the Jewish people on the most heinous of days, those words weren't used.
I mean, you put it well. It's infuriating. I think, though, what matters is recognizing which audience you're speaking to or what the mission of the organization is. So if you're involved as a government in, I think we had talked earlier about this, negotiations, let's say. What's important is, as much as you want to say something, let's say with negotiations, the most important thing is doing no harm. It's Hippocratic in that way. The idea that whatever's being said in a negotiating room, your messaging, as much as you want to call it something, your messaging can't contradict what's going on in that room. And so there's a defensive element. There's almost the danger of words is saying the wrong thing. And then in the world that we live in social media, being replayed and replayed and replayed. That said, there's a positive message or a positive force in your words, which is that whatever going on behind the scenes, you can reinforce the red lines that you're saying. You can reinforce the messages that you're conveying. So it's delicate. The editing process, I mean, I'm a narcissist. I love all the words I write. I don't like being edited. But it's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've learned a lot about the editing process in institutions and why words are used. But Matt, going back to you, so when you think about the rise in the anti-Semitic incidents and the money that's behind it, unfortunately, the hatred is quite bipartisan. It's quite on both sides because you've got groups that are radical on both sides that are funding these issues. How do you separate out following this money that's fueling anti-Semitism versus terrorism? Do you see similarities? Do you see differences? You are an expert on this. You know where it comes from, where it doesn't come from, what's reality. Give us some candid nature.
First, I just have to add one comment on why being edited is so important, and punctuation in particular. The first article I wrote after October 7th was in Foreign Affairs. It was entitled "The War Hamas Always Wanted." And I used that, it's nice, it's pithy, it's for a lot of the lectures I did on Hamas afterwards. In one place, ran a flyer with no punctuation that just said, "The War Hamas Always Wanted" with Matthew Levitt.
Could,
I mean, I'm here to tell a
could
tale,
use the
but-
comma there, right?
Yeah, could use the comma. Look, when it comes to international terrorism, we have the material support statute. We have some very powerful laws at our disposal. When it comes to domestic terrorism, which includes both far right and far left, we don't have a domestic equivalent. And the Supreme Court, when it upheld the material support statute, was very clear that in our Constitution there could never be a similar law for domestic violent extremist groups. Now, there are all kinds of other ways to deal with that, but it does mean, I think, that there's a much bigger role for civil society. So, first of all, there's a role for civil cases, and these have been very, very successful in this space. Brooke's done many of them. I mentioned a couple more, but there's also an element of just kind of shining a bright disinfectant light and naming and shaming. And there are a lot of people who are very quick to finance things because they think they can do it behind closed doors. And the ability to make people feel publicly accountable, whether it's people who are financing bad things or schools that are doing ridiculous things to their Jewish students, that can be very, very effective. Like you and I did this at the Treasury Department. There's an element to naming and shaming bad banks that were doing things. We didn't even have to sanction them. They knew that they could be—
Just the threat.
Just the threat of being, not even of being sanctioned, but the threat of being on the front pages of the Wall Street Journal.
Because the greatest thing that people are most worried about is embarrassment.
Reputation is something worth protecting and investing in. People will put a lot of money behind their reputations.
So when you look at what's transpired since October 7th and what the policies have been, what haven't we done right? What future actions do you think?
How much time do we have? Look, there's a lot of things that we could discuss here, but just for the purpose of this panel, I think it's going to be really, really important for us to look in the rearview mirror, not only what's happening right now, but look in the rearview mirror at what's happened in the past 10 to 15 years since in particular those two cases I mentioned earlier, and look at some of the groups that have come out of that. And not only the ones on the Islamist Hamas side, of which there are several, but groups like Samidoun, which is more active in Europe than it is here, but is tied to the PFLP, to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and is very plugged into that socialist milieu in this country. We have had a small number of people who are affiliated with PFLP who became major activists in the Me Too and the Black Lives Matter movement. Those are legitimate movements, right? But you had people who came up in this space. One person ultimately had her citizenship stripped and was deported to Jordan because she never mentioned when she became a citizen that she was involved in the killing of an American in Jerusalem in the 1980s for the PFLP. It's not always going to be quite that simple. And we're going to need to look very closely at these organizations that have been financing these activities on our campus for some time. And I think we clearly need to start with SJP, Students for Justice in Palestine, and with American Muslims for Palestine. And I'll just say, in closing on this, it's not all going to be, I'm coming out in Washington, D.C., it's not all going to be Washington, D.C. efforts. I've been in talks with state attorneys general across the country who are working at the state level with other state institutions that have tremendous oversight, for example, over state universities. Won't necessarily work with the private school, but at state universities, tremendous influence and financial purse string influence. And there's all kinds of ways to work in creative ways to take a close look at what's happening and make big changes fast.
So, Jonathan, to go back to the messaging of this, because the campaign to counter this, the messaging is incredibly important. So, in messaging against anti-Semitism, what do we need to do better, and what would be your recommendation?
I mean, first off, I think the community has done a very good job. After October 7th, I think the consistent focus on the hostages, on the attack, has been both passionate and authentic. It's been consistent, and that's been important because people should not lose sight of that. I see the dog tags, I see the yellow ribbons, and that's crucial. But that success means that we still need to stay on top of our messaging and sort of avoid the own goals, if you will. And we talked about this, but what happened at the Oscars helps illustrate that point. You had this director, he got up there, I think we all heard what he said. He said that he refuted his Jewishness and the Holocaust being used to hijack, or being hijacked by the occupation, I think was the exact phrase. And what he said was horrific, and we'll get to that in a second. But what ended up happening is, I think, in the nature of the times we live in, that quote was cut short by many advocates. And it became a discussion about whether or not that director had refuted his Judaism. And it gave them an easy way out. And we'll attack the words that he said, because what had happened then is that the narrative shifted to, well, what did he say? Are both sides engaging in good faith in this conversation? And what I'll tell you is that the words he said, what he actually said, they were thoughtless, they were offensive, particularly after 10/7, because it had nothing to do with the occupation. And it had everything to do with the elimination of the Jewish people and of the Jewish state. You look at sort of where Hamas attacked. That territory has been part of Israel since 47, since 48. You look at the communities that Hamas attacked, that were pro-peace and embraced the Palestinian people. And so the only way that this is about occupation is if occupation refers to the entire state of Israel. And if that's the case, then, if that's the case, then that really highlights what they want. And you wouldn't see so many references to 1948 in the posters at these rallies otherwise. But this is the discussion we need to be having, not about what words were actually said, but the meaning of the words that were said. And we gave them an easy way out in this. Now, the only other thing I would say is, I think there needs to be a next frontier in where this messaging goes. We've done a really good job of defining anti-Semitism. We talked about admiring the problem. I think we've done a good job of attacking it. The next step is taking on anti-Zionism. That is a phrase that needs to be sharpened. Because right now it becomes a cloak for anti-Semites and others to say, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm just anti-Zionist. So the next step is defining that term. And I think for now, make it limited. Do you believe that the state of Israel has the right to exist? And if your answer is no, you're either willfully ignorant of the history of the Jewish people and what destroying the state would mean, getting rid of the state would mean, or you're gleeful about it. So that to me is the next step. The next frontier is not just defining anti-Semitism as we have, but sharpening anti-Zionism and making it the toxic term that it needs to be.
Well said. So to wrap up, Matt, and we'll take a question or two. When you look at the cancer that is going into the constant funding in the United States, and given the limitations that we have in our own federal legal system, which has been the same limitations since 9/11, I used to always think that it would take a horrendous event like 9/11 for the Patriot Act to be passed, and then it would shake things up. But it took a horrible event. I can't think of anything worse than October 7th. We've both studied terrorism. We've both seen what ISIS and others have done, and we both watched the footage. And rape and human trafficking there's nothing to compare it to terrorism. It's worse than terrorism. And so what needs to occur to shake up the legal landscape, do you think, for domestically for us to be able to go after this funding more effectively?
So there are two answers to this. The first is, I'm not waiting for government to act. No one who's here is waiting for government to act. And there's a lot that can be done from a civil society perspective with civil cases, working with state governments that can really move this ball forward in the moment. As someone who comes from Washington, Washington's broken. I don't care which party you're interested in. Right now, Washington is kind of broken. Congress is really broken. I'm not waiting for them to act. It's just too pressing. That said, I'm one of a large number of people who've been advocating for a long time before October 7th for authorities to broaden out as they think about counterterrorism, in particular as they're thinking about extremism and domestic extremism, which doesn't have the benefit of these foreign terrorist laws, to be thinking about the use of hate crime legislation. Now, our hate crime legislation isn't as broad as, say, Canada's, where I think we will soon be hearing about people being charged under hate crimes for river to the sea, all that kind of stuff, by any means necessary. We wouldn't have that extent of the law here with our protections, but there are clear federal and often clearer still even state level hate crime legislation that can be used to great benefit. And we need to be really aggressive in that. But at the end of the day, I think that we need to be, and again, there are already lots of groups doing this, pursuing civil litigation, proactively putting out the messaging that you've been talking about. I think it's really important to remind people day in and day out that the not just anti-Israel, not just anti-Zionism, but the expressly anti-Semitic activities, accosting people as they came out of synagogue on Saturday mornings and calling them murderers and people committing genocide, that predated the IDF going into Gaza to try and dislodge the Hamas government and rescue the hostages. So we have a lot of work we can do without waiting for government, but I do think there are things that can happen.
Well, I want to thank you, Matt, because he has brought what Hamas has done prior to October 7th and post-October 7th to light. And so without you and what your work you're doing at the Washington Institute and continue to do, I don't think we would be as educated about the threat of Hamas.
Go on.
It's like meeting my heroes.
So I highly recommend, because what Matt is doing from a civil society perspective is educating us about the true threat that Hamas has been posing for many, many years. So Jonathan, just to close, you and PROSEC advise the top brass in our private sector on their messaging. What role do you think the private sector, and to Matt's point, outside of government, needs to take from a messaging perspective to counter this threat moving forward and to confront it head on.
I mean, I probably should have teed this up that I'm speaking on my own behalf and not on my company. I always have to preface it with that. But no, look, the most important thing, well, two most important things when it comes to messaging as I see it. One, that it's authentic, because we can see through phonies. I mean, we're going to have panels later on social media and the wisdom of the crowds. I know we like to criticize social media and it can sometimes be a terrible place, but on the whole, the wisdom of the crowds in determining what is authentic versus what isn't. So being authentic is, I think, key. But two, if you're in a position in the private sector where you are passionate about this, and this is an issue that matters to you, pursue it. Don't shy away. Because the months will only go farther away from 10/7 and people will forget and they'll try to forget. But if this is passionate to you and it's authentic, embrace it. Because otherwise, I think you're missing an opportunity to make a difference.
Jonathan, Matthew, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a 15-minute coffee break and then we'll resume with our next panel discussion. 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume the next panel in about 5 minutes. I want to invite everyone to start making their way to their seats. We're going to resume the program in about 5 minutes. One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're about to start the next panel. Once again, I want to invite everyone to please find a seat. We would like to begin the next panel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to ask everyone, please find your seats. We have a long schedule ahead. We would like to get started with the next panel. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite everyone to please find their seats. We're going to start the next panel discussion. We would like, the panel is going to be about sports and anti-Semitism and the roles that Jews play in the sports world. I'd like to call up Emily Austin, who is a sports journalist and a social media influencer, and Alon Day, who is the only ever Israeli NASCAR driver and four-time Euro NASCAR champion, to please come up on stage. We're going to have a short video before the panel discussion, and then we will move to the panel.
He was a young boy in Israel with a go-kart and a dream. That dream has taken him all over the world to places he never imagined. In England, Spain, China. Now, the first professional Israeli racer stands here in the United States as a NASCAR champion.
I was 9 years old. I started playing video games before I was going into go-karts. That's how I got into racing. That's how I got my competitiveness. I grew up without any motorsports, nothing. When I started racing was in 2012. Actually, motorsport was illegal in Israel.
How about this young man? Alon Day, 24-year-old from Israel, running in the NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series. He is over here for his first start with Carl Long Racing for the second time this afternoon.
We are kicking things off today with Alon Day, driver of the number 23 Earthwater Toyota for BK Racing. Alon is making his Monster Energy Series debut this weekend, and with his start here, he becomes the first Israeli driver ever to compete in NASCAR's top series. That's quite an exciting first for your career, Alon. Talk a bit about that and what your plans are this weekend.
Yeah, it's really exciting being here. It's kind of a dream come true since I was a kid. Driving, I don't know, 9, 10 years old, driving the NASCAR video game, and suddenly I'm here doing the real thing. It's definitely a dream come true.
That's the Israeli driver, Alon Day, from the NASCAR Euro Series.
Hello everyone. Wow, this is loud. Thank you for joining us. I'm happy today to share the stage with Alon Day, who you all just saw his quite impressive career. My name is Emily Austin. Today we will be speaking about anti-Semitism existing not in your day-to-day life, but in sports. It is very prevalent. Alon Day, as you saw, is a NASCAR driver and four-time European champion. So one more round of applause for Alon. So first off, we don't hear quite often Israelis partaking in car racing. So how did that come about in your life?
Yeah, like I said on the video, Israel started without any motorsports until 2012. We started before. Fortunately, my dad was realized it very early and sent me to start racing in Europe. That's the way. That's how I got into racing and really got into it. Yeah, into racing.
Now, you were born in Ashdod, raised there, but at some point you lived in Kfar Aza. Can you share with us what life was like before October 7th?
Yeah, a lot of people know about Kfar Aza after October 7th, but what they don't know is how beautiful Kfar Aza and all that area, Kfar Aza, Be'eri, Miram, all those kibbutzim next to the border, that was one of the most beautiful places in Israel, and I'm not joking. That's the reason why I moved there. And I moved there together with a couple of friends because we decided we want something different. We want to move to a beautiful place, a quiet place. And I know people say it's close to Gaza, you have sirens, you have war, whatever. That place was one of the most beautiful places in Israel, that's for sure. And the community there and the people there, they were just an amazing people. I was going for a race in Europe or the States, and I was waiting for the moment I would go back to Kfar Aza, to my house, to see the people, to see my friends. That unfortunately some of them.
So you've got a sense of the community in Kfar Aza. You're a part of the community. How has your life been impacted by October 7th?
I moved out of Kfar Aza 2 years ago. I cannot stop thinking about what happened if I would stay in Kfar Aza. I cannot stop thinking about my friends, my neighbors. I'm talking about neighbors. I'm talking about the next door to my house that right now are hostages in Gaza. And some of my friends got murdered. And I think also that's the main reason why I'm here. I wanna talk about it. I want to talk about anti-Semitism. And I want to raise the awareness about what's going on in Israel. A lot of people don't know what's going on what's actually going on in Israel. That's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why I want to talk about it. I want to be here. I want to fight against anti-Semitism and be able to at least do something for my friends who are not here anymore.
Have you reconnected with any of your friends living in Kfar Aza since?
Yeah, of course. Like, I've been, we're all close community, really, really good friends together. We're all together. It's hard to describe it, how kibbutz feels like. It's like a communism or socialism, let's call it. We're all together, we all work together, we help each other, and the connection I have with my friends. Even when I moved out of Kfar Aza, we're still good friends. And I just saw a couple of my friends a week or two just before October 7th. One of them, Shachaf, who got murdered in the house next to my old house. So yeah.
I'm so sorry. Now you have spent your time between Israel. You obviously have done a lot of traveling and pursuing your dream in car racing that you've achieved. How have you experienced anti-Semitism in your professional career?
I think it's a bit complicated to talk about it. A lot of time on the racetrack, I met a lot of people from enemy's countries, like from Iran, race car drivers from Iran, from Syria, from Lebanon, from every country that you can imagine that would usually hate Jewish and hate Israeli. And I always said that sports connecting people. And I found myself having good friends with Iranian driver. He realized what's going on. We all realized that war is not connecting to us. We're just a couple of people who wants to race against each other and actually keep the war on the racetrack and not outside the racetrack. And when I'm talking about anti-Semitism in the sports, I think the biggest thing I experienced as a race car driver, motorsports is one-man show. I'm the guy, I'm the one who sits on the car. It's my face, my nationality. And every time I try to contact companies, either in Europe or in the States, asking for sponsors, I always got a negative answer because they don't want to be connected with Israel or with the Jewish community. They don't want to relate themselves with me because I'm Jewish. And I think that's the reason I won 4 times the European Championship, and I'm still here looking for sponsors just because companies don't want to invest in an Israeli driver, in a Jewish driver.
Were there any specific stories that you can share of an investor or sponsor that rejected you because of your nationality?
Not particularly a specific one, but a lot of companies, especially from Europe, they definitely don't want to be related to a Jewish driver, Israeli driver, especially an Israeli driver. There are many. I've been racing for 22 years already, and I cannot even count in 2 hands how many companies I try to reach, and they say the same answer. You don't want to be connected, related to the Jewish Israeli driver.
Now, are you the only Jewish race car NASCAR driver?
Yeah. The only Jew?
I'm the only Jew.
Wow, that's intimidating. Yeah. Why do you think that is?
I think it's exactly the same answer I just said. They just don't want companies, don't want to be related to Israel and Jewish community. And as I said, it's a one-man show, sports. The driver usually needs to bring his own sponsors to race. Doesn't matter, even Formula One or NASCAR or whatever you want to race, you still need to bring the sponsors by yourself. And I think that's the reason why I'm the only Jewish driver. And even though I'm the only Jewish driver, I won the European Championship 4 times, but the goal is to race here. The goal is to race here in the States. And that's why I'm here, and I want to talk about it now.
Well, this is a tough question for you maybe to answer, but how do you think, what actions can be done to help that change? Is there something we can do? Is there something you can do? How do we change that? How do we make it more accessible to Jews? Tough question.
It is a tough question, but I think in motorsports we call it full throttle, pedal to the metal. And I think that's the right moment. After October 7th, that's the right moment to push full throttle and try to do, and that's what actually, brings me here. I want to go against everything. I want to be that Jewish driver going against everybody, the NASCAR in the States, against Christians, against Muslims, against everybody. And I want to show and raise the awareness about anti-Semitism, about Israel, and about the war, and about my friends, and the hostages, and everybody.
I have a little marketing suggestion. You keep saying I want to be the Jewish driver. That sounds like a pretty good username to me on Instagram, no? Can you want to check if that's the Jewish driver? Maybe we can pay them for it. That's a really good marketing technique. Now you said you've been here. You've been in America for how long?
Just a couple of days.
Okay, so what's been on your bucket list? What are you trying to accomplish while you're here?
Well, I never thought, originally when I came here, the goal was to talk about, to try to get sponsored to race in the States. And as I keep saying, it's almost impossible for a Jewish driver, Israeli driver, to race in NASCAR because they just don't want to sponsor Israeli driver. And that's what actually brings me here, and I came here talking about motorsports, and then I will start talking about my friends and the place I live, and I found myself, people in Israel calling me and saying, thank you for raising, for what you're doing, talking about the hostages, talking about the friends in Kfar Aza. And I shifted my goal. I mean, as a race car driver, I always wanted to be the champion. I always want to win championships and be the best I can. And now I actually want to shift it, and I want to race because I'm Israeli, because I'm Jewish. That's the reason why I want to be here and want to race here, and that's the reason why I'm doing so many interviews talking about that.
Do you feel like your position as, first of all, the only Jewish driver, that's the new nickname from now on, do you feel like it's given you an opportunity to be able to speak more about Israel to people who are not familiar with it? Like you said, you were with an Iranian driver. We know how they feel about us. But do you feel like it's been helpful in getting the word around about the truth of what's happening in Israel?
I have nothing to lose. I know that every time I'm talking about Israel, about being Jewish, the chances to get sponsored is lower. But I have nothing to lose. I mean, October 7th happened, and I feel that it's my duty to talk about it, and even though I don't know what will happen in the future, if I will be able to get sponsored and race here in NASCAR or not, but I know I did everything I can to fight for Israel. I'm not a soldier. I served in the military, but I'm not there anymore, and I think that's the way I can serve Israel.
So for those in the audience, or AKA myself, who are not super familiar with car racing, why don't you explain to me and them the process of how it works to be able to race? So you're saying that it's harder for you as a Jew, especially as an Israeli. So what are the steps that need to be done to enable you to be able to race in America?
Yeah, as I said, NASCAR, in motorsports in general, Formula One, NASCAR, doesn't matter. You need to bring your own sponsors. And that's the way it works. I need to find sponsors that will want me to represent his company, put his name on the race car, and be able to fund me and bring me into NASCAR. That's the way. That's what we're trying to do here.
Now, it seems like you've had a lot of pushback, a lot of challenges that you've overcome. cliche question, but what's keeping you motivated despite all of the hardships that you keep facing over and over and over again?
That's a tough question. It's super hard to keep yourself motivated during those times. I visited Faraza, my house, 2 weeks ago, and I can't even express the feeling I have seeing my house. The guy who replaced me in my apartment got murdered in this apartment. And at the same time, that's exactly what motivated me. Shachaf, Yuval, Aviv, my friends who got murdered in Faraza, Doron, Emily, Gali, and Ziv, who got their hostages right now. My friends, my neighbors, I'm talking about the next door. They keep me motivated because I want to be that Israeli guy against everybody. And I want to be that Jewish guy that will bring the awareness about Israel, about the Jewish community, and to fight as hard as I can against anti-Semitism.
Wow. Going a little bit off script, we were speaking in the green room earlier, and you said something very interesting to me. So Alon has spent a lot of his time in and out of Israel, particularly here in the US, and you told me you feel safer in Israel than walking in the United States. Can you just tell us more about why you feel that way? I feel the opposite, by the way.
You feel the opposite?
I was shaking in Israel, but I'm born and raised in New York.
Afraid when you're surrounded with so many Jews.
Because you're surrounded
and Israel.
by
we all
kill
in the military. We're all Israel. We all serve in the military. We know what to do in case of doesn't matter what happened. And yeah, I feel safer in Israel than I feel on the street here. As I said, Israel is the Jewish country. We're all surrounded by Israel, by Jewish people. We know how to react. I grew up in Israel. Going on a bus, and I remember my mom keep telling me, watch out for an Arab guy or whatever coming with a coat in the middle of the summer, because he's probably a suicide bomber. I grew up in the second Intifada time. I went to school with gas mask when US invaded after September 11. I grew up, and we all grew up in Israel the same way. We don't see that's our life. But coming here to the States, walking on the street, I know there is nobody to protect me. And we are all here, Jewish people in the same room, and I feel so safe and welcoming. But then tomorrow I will walk on the street, nobody will guarantee I will be safe. I mean, I'm walking with my dog tag, I'm walking with the yellow ribbon. And still, I don't know who will attack me on the street. In Israel, that won't happen.
I feel like that was indirectly a call to action. First of all of you being here is already you doing your part. I think it's very important we could finish on this note of all of us to keep coming together. These events are beautiful. We're 2% of the population, but we're quite strong if we want to be. So let's take some courage from people like Alon Day, the Jewish driver, who's going to take that username right now when we get off stage. Thank you so much for being here. Good luck on all your endeavors.
Thank you.
We hope to see you race soon.
Thank you, and thank you everybody.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alon Day and Emily Austin. Please give them one round of applause. Alon is incredible. He's been in and out of the United States, and we hope to see him in a NASCAR car very soon. Moving right along is Matt Brooks here yet. I just haven't seen him personally. He's there. Okay. We'd like to call up to have a discussion about the politics of anti-Semitism. Matt Brooks, CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, and Mark Mellman, the CEO of the Democratic Majority for Israel. And this conversation will be moderated by Kerry Healy, who is the former Lieutenant Governor of Massachusetts and President Emerita of Babson College.
Thank you so much. Well, hello. Hello, welcome to you both. We have Matt Brooks, CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, and Mark Mellman, CEO of the Democratic Majority for Israel. Have you ever met each other before?
Never.
Well, we're breaking new ground here. This is wonderful.
No, I'm joking. We're a very good friend.
I debated him when he was saying that Joe Lieberman was not pro-Israel on the Democratic.
Well, Brooke Goldstein said earlier today that after October 7th, politicians are united around this issue. Is that what you're experiencing? And let's start with you, Mark. What are you seeing? What's different?
Well, what's different? A lot
Everything.
of things are different. And I wouldn't say we're just, thank you. I wouldn't say we're just feeling unity all around and support all around. As the rabbi said at the outset, we're celebrating Purim this weekend. And Purim is in part a story about how quickly things can change for the Jewish community. We start out with a well-respected Jewish community in Persia, and literally over the roll of dice, it changes to the Jews become the object of genocide, and then over dinner, a Jew becomes the second most powerful person in the empire. So things change quickly, change dramatically, and we're seeing that here in the United States. The reality is we have a set of groups, well-funded, well-organized, that several years ago already announced that their goal was to execute, in their words, a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party. A hostile takeover of the Democratic Party. And we have seen those groups move anti-Israelism from the periphery of their agenda to the central core of their agenda over the last several years. So the battle that we're engaged in is a battle from the inside the Democratic Party to make sure the Democratic Party remains pro-Israel. It is a tough battle. It is a pitched battle. It's a battle that is made, frankly, much more difficult by what's happened in Israel since October 7th. And it is a battle that needs to be fought and needs to be won. Because the reality is, no matter which side you're on, and I'm sure there are plenty of Republicans in the room too, maybe more than one. But the reality is, we know from history that sometimes the Democrats are going to control the House and the Senate and the White House, and sometimes the Republicans are going to control the White House and the House and the Senate. And we need two pro-Israel parties, not one pro-Israel party, and certainly not no pro-Israel party.
So Matt, how are things changing for candidates on your side? What are you seeing within the Republican Party right now?
Well, I have to echo and agree a lot with many of the comments that Mark has made. We run respective organizations. I have said that the Republican Jewish Coalition was built for this moment in time. The topic of today's gathering is combating anti-Semitism. Obviously, that in some way is being fueled by anti-Zionism and being exacerbated by the events that have been unfolding over the last several months. Mark runs an organization, I run an organization whose part of our mission has got to be to tamp down and to combat the rise of anti-Israelism, anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism within our respective parties. I can't agree more that it is vitally important that we have two strong pro-Israel parties. Mark is doing everything in his power to try and do that. I'm doing everything in my power to try and do that. The way that, by and large, my challenge is somewhat easier than Mark's, because the fundamental nature of Republican Party, of our candidates, our elected officials, are fundamentally strongly pro-Israel. Obviously, there's a couple outliers who cause us fits. The bigger problem within the Republican movement is the rise of neo-isolationism, about, withdrawing America from around the world, which includes support in Ukraine and obviously support for our allies around the world who are fighting against tyranny and in support of our democratic values. And so that's our challenge. One of the things, getting back to anti-Semitism, that I talk about all the time is we do have a very serious problem of anti-Semitism in this country. We have a problem of anti-Semitism on the left, and we have a problem of anti-Semitism on the right. And for me, our battle, and one of the things that we're investing heavily on, is to try and educate and to push back on some of the subtle anti-Semitism among Republicans and Republican staffers. So we've got a grant from a foundation that we're going to start rolling out on Capitol Hill, meeting with staffers from all of the top Republican congressional offices and training them. They say things, not out of being anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish or anti-Israel, but more out of ignorance. And it's sort of code word things. It's like when you talk about Soros's influence, or you talk about the Rothschilds, or you talk about stuff like that. They don't know necessarily how to say what they want to say, which is, that there's a lot of excess or outside money being used to influence politics in this country from the left. Our goal is to try and train them and understand the sensitivities. A lot of them come from rural areas and rural states and just don't have, it's not like they grew up on the Upper East Side or the Upper West Side of New York and have been inculcated in this throughout their life. So our challenge is to push back on that, and in some ways, our challenges are easier than Mark's, but they're both vitally important.
So Mark, how are you addressing the more difficult challenges and the conversations that are happening within your party? As you said, you're having a debate within your own party. You're not even focused on necessarily what your messaging is outside. So how do you talk about anti-Semitism within the Democratic Party right now?
Well, so I've been in politics for many years, worked in politics for many years. My sense is that politicians are motivated by two imperatives. One is they want to do what they think is right, and second, they want to get elected and reelected. And we have to work on both those planes to make sure that Democrats feel they're doing the right thing, the morally right thing in supporting Israel. And we have a whole host of activities directed toward that goal. We cooperated with the Republican Jewish Coalition together. We did two showings of the Hamas atrocity films for Democratic and Republican influentials together. We had senior members of staff, we had other influentials, we had members of Congress who came together to watch what happened on October 7th, the films that the Israeli government has put together. We send out material day in, day out to members of Congress, to their staff, trying to explain what's going on, our own talking points. We send articles, materials, information, so they understand as well as we can help them understand what's going on. We sit with them and discuss their position papers on Israel. We require the candidates we endorse to submit a position paper on Israel. We discuss that with them. John Fetterman, Senator Fetterman, who has emerged as a hero for the pro-Israel community in the course of this war. Some people know this, some people don't. But when people were running around this country tearing down pictures of hostages, John Fetterman put a picture of every single hostage in his office in the Capitol and said not one was coming down until that person was released. And when he walked by protesters, he put an Israeli flag on his back and walked right by them. This is the kind of guy that John Fetterman is. John Fetterman, when we first talked to him, had been the mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania, a town which few people have ever heard of, and lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania. And he explained to us, you know what, I haven't had much exposure to foreign policy generally, to Israel in particular. Help me learn about this. We did. He gave us an incredibly strong position paper, and we have a hero, a champion in John Fetterman today. That's the kind of work we're doing day in and day out on the communications level. But we also have a political program. To say this, my lawyers insist. We have a separate sister organization called Team Phi PAC, which gets involved in races, in primary races, to make sure that our candidates win. When Bernie Sanders 4 years ago looked like he was going to win the Democratic nomination, there was a lot of hand-wringing among Democrats in Washington. But you know what they did? They sat on their hands. We went on television in Iowa and said Bernie Sanders should not be the Democratic nominee for president, and here's why. And we helped Joe Biden by making sure that Bernie Sanders didn't win those Iowa caucuses. He came in second, which was bad enough, but at least he didn't win. And we helped prevent him from becoming the Democratic nominee. We went into when his acolyte, Nina Turner, decided to run, who's even more hostile to Israel than Bernie Sanders, ran for Congress, outspending her opponent, Shontel Brown, by millions of dollars. We went in and helped Shontel Brown win a race that she was losing by 25 points when we started. So we're going around the country this cycle, last cycle, and making sure that pro-Israel champions are protected, to try and beat members of the squad, as we did in Illinois with Marie Newman last time. We're going to be going after squad members this year as well. There's some we think we can defeat this year, and we're going to do that. We're going to work that effort very strongly. So there's a communications effort, there's a political effort. Both are critically important.
So can I just add one amusing anecdote to that story about John Fetterman? So in the election last year, John Fetterman was the #1 endorsed candidate in the Senate race by J Street. We felt, based on that and for our own priorities, that we were going to support very enthusiastically Dr. Oz, because we didn't want a J Street senator in the United States Senator. And we spent a lot of money to support Dr. Oz. Fast forward, I'm standing outside.
Still a Turkish citizen.
I'm standing outside of the pro-Israel rally that happened in November, and all of a sudden the sun, which was beating down on me, gets blocked out, and I turn around and go, "What's going on?" And it was all 6'8" of John Fetterman, literally standing a foot behind me, draped in an Israeli flag, and blocking the sun. And I turned to him and I said, "Senator, I want to introduce myself." I said, "I'm Matt Brooks. I'm from Philadelphia. I'm the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, and I spent $5 million to try and beat you last election cycle." And but I said, "But I really want to tell you how much we appreciate and value your moral clarity and your courage, and the fact that you're standing up and saying all these things." And we had a great conversation for 15 minutes. But that's one of those only in Washington kind of stories.
So now, what kind of challenges are you finding in this electoral cycle that you haven't seen before, that you either feel are opportunities or are genuine difficulties for you right now?
That's a great question. For me, it's a question of sort of balance in terms of ultimately what is right for the Jewish community and ultimately what is right politically. Mark and I have debated this countless times over the years, and it's always a concern about making the Jewish community, making Israel, making anti-Semitism a wedge issue, a partisan issue, and things like that. We're in an election year. Part of our responsibility, part of our challenge is to hold the Democrats accountable. I'm not going to give you any shocking revelations about our playbook for this year or anything, because it's absolutely obvious. But there are strong contrasts on Israel and on foreign policy and on Iran and a whole slew of issues that are concerning the Jewish community between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And part of our challenge is figuring out how to highlight those aggressively and to draw the contrast without making it, as Mark likes to say, a partisan wedge issue. And we're frustrated because I fundamentally believe that on balance, the Republican Party is but recently has been much more pro-Israel and much more reliable on the issues that we care about than the Democrats on these issues. So our challenge from a messaging perspective is not to ultimately go too far as to rupture or damage the underlying relationship. I think there are people outside of my pay grade that are doing that on their own. But by and large, it's we have to sit and make decisions about what we say and what we do, and that's the interesting balancing act.
Are you seeing something new? Do you have a new playbook that you need to put into place this particular election season?
Well, it's a much more aggressive playbook because of what happened October 7th, and because of what's happened since, and because of the fractures that's created in the Democratic Party. There's no question we have a problem. and there's no question we have to solve it.
And do you think that President Biden, his support will be impacted by his approach to the war in Gaza?
The short answer is no, in the net. We've looked at this in polling, and I would just make 2 or 3 comments about it. One is President Biden has been extraordinary in his support of Israel. Not everybody likes every comment he's made, but the reality is when push comes to shove, over 100 times during this war, President Biden circumvented Congress to deliver weapons to Israel that Israel needed to prosecute this war. 100 times. At some political peril to himself, because nobody in Congress, Democrat or Republican, likes being circumvented by the president. So again, President Biden, I think, has done a tremendous job. But the reality is we have some people who are not in the same place as President Biden, and we need to try and defeat them when we can, and defeat their electorally, but we also have to defeat their ideas in our communications effort. So it's not exactly new, but it's much more aggressive and much more important.
Okay, Matt, we can't have a complete bipartisan love fest here, so I'll allow you to answer that same question.
We're getting the wrap up, but let me just leave you with saying one thing. Yes, and I was quoted in the New York Times saying this in the aftermath of October 7th. Yes, President Biden had been terrific. There's no question that commitment is wavering. There's serious debate taking place right now as to whether they're going to certify Israel's humanitarian compliance before Sunday, which is the deadline, and to see if they're going to, which will then allow them to continue to resupply and do all of that stuff. I will tell you that if you want to look at and understand geopolitics, if you're scratching your head and you're wondering why Joe Biden is advocating a 2-state solution in the middle of all this stuff, it's because Joe Biden has a 1-state solution right now, and that 1 state is Michigan. So look at, you'll hear that a lot in the next several months. But you know, there's a lot of cross pressure on the president and the Arab community and elsewhere that's going to really continue to pull on him. And you know, you can't get out of the fact that this is an election year, and Michigan, with its huge Arab population, and the progressives who may deflect to some of the third-party candidates, whether it's Cornel West or Jill Stein or even Robert Kennedy, pose serious challenges for the Biden administration, which is why they're trying to move and balance that way away from those 2 camps.
One final word, which is, you know, it's important that we not give credence to this story. The reality is the Jewish community in Michigan is twice as large as the Muslim community in Michigan. I mean, we could go on and on talking about numbers. I'm happy to do that afterwards if anybody wants. But that we should not underestimate our influence nor overestimate those who are our detractors.
Well, please thank both of our panelists for a very civil discussion about a difficult topic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now perhaps the most important discussion that we're going to be having today. Anti-Semitism on campus. We are honored to have with us 3 individuals who were presidents of college campuses around the country, and 2 others who do a lot of work on college campuses and have a great effect on the future of Jews on college campuses. Please welcome Kerry Healy, Stephen Poskasner, Alan Season, Ted Deitch, moderated by Ben Trachtenberg.
All right, well, thank you all so much. I'm the tiniest bit embarrassed to be moderating a panel with people who are so much more distinguished than myself. The sitting here among three people who have been presidents of universities, a couple of them more than one university. The one who was president of only one university also spent time as lieutenant governor of a state. And then the only folks here, other than that, just happen to be a member of Congress who now becomes president of one of America's most important Jewish organizations. So I just want to thank all of you for being here, and I want to thank the summit for hosting us and for flying out a poor associate dean from a law school in Missouri to be here. And maybe perhaps because I'm the only one working on a campus right now for my full-time job that I'm semi-qualified to moderate here. So I want to start the discussion with something that maybe the tiniest bit controversial, because what else should you do in a room full of Jewish people discussing sensitive matters? The topic of this talk is the crisis on campus. And I went to college in what might be described as perhaps like the golden age for American Jews on college campuses. But you know, I've been around and I've read some books, and people tell me that there used to be a lot of problems for Jewish people in the not too distant past on college campuses with explicit quotas, and then in the absence of the quotas with very chilly reception, and you know, the fancy fraternities wouldn't take Jewish people and so on, so we had to invent our own fraternities and things of that nature. So my question for the panelists is there a crisis on American college campuses, or are there problems we need to pay attention to, but crisis is the wrong word?
I'll start because I'm Jewish. My mother used to tell me, I grew up in the South Bronx, and we had a significant interaction with the Jewish community, and then it got more complicated. You don't make a mountain out of a molehill because it hurts more when you fall off a mountain. As far as I can tell, we have a problem, but it's not a crisis. I've been through crises on campus. It's really different than this because you don't debate during the crisis, you act during the crisis. This is something that has to be discussed and debated. That's what colleges and universities are for. And kids on campuses are supposed to be there screwing up. They make mistakes. They don't understand. They don't feel the need to be educated. They really want to act out in all sorts of ways. And that's what we're seeing. So I would say we got a problem. But as Ben pointed out, there's always been problems with Jews and kids. We have a problem that's manageable. The trouble is there are a lot of people who are being paid to hype it, to make it a mountain, because when you fall off, you really can hurt yourself.
You know, I think there are serious dynamics that are problematic on college campuses right now, but I'm probably given, like, more in a calmer approach to things. I don't like to use the rhetoric of crisis or emergency on campus, but there are serious things that are happening right now on our campuses. I think that the way in which identity politics has played out on campus make this a particularly challenging moment. I think that a sense on campuses of almost a therapeutic expectation of how problems will be solved or how students will be taken care of has also created a mounting pressure right now that is difficult for schools to solve. But I think maybe most importantly, we're in a moment where the profound political and social and cultural cleavages in the country are also playing out as they always do on college campuses. And we have seen this happen before, and we've seen colleges and universities be in the middle of moments of where they're sort of the target of lots of anger. And historically, we have worked our way through that, and I want to believe that we're going to do that again. So that's why I don't immediately jump to the crisis rhetoric.
Does anyone want to say, yes, there's a crisis, or should I ask a different question?
I would say that there's a crisis of being able to have open and frank discussions about complicated topics on college campuses. And among those is anti-Semitism. And I believe there has always been anti-Semitism on campuses. And I think that it never went away. And so now, in this environment, suddenly there had become protected groups and protected ways of thinking and talking about society and our values that were absolutely unchallengeable on most college campuses. And because it was unchallengeable, a lot of the silent prejudices The things that weren't being said, the groups that weren't being protected, were falling behind. And those prejudices, those silent prejudices, were being allowed to proliferate and being supported, again, quietly. And then suddenly, after October 7th, I do think that the cover was ripped off a lot of these discussions. Again, subtly, in terms of what people emphasized in their statements after the attack, or what they didn't emphasize, or that they said something or they didn't say something. And then suddenly the comparisons began to emerge. And this has been where the notion of a crisis is that this is a moment of realization. It's a moment of really reckoning for our universities, and we have to think about how we treat everyone on campus and protect everyone's voice and everyone's identity.
Yes, there's a crisis on our campus. And I respectfully, when Israeli students are chased across the campus screaming that Israelis do not belong here, that's a crisis. When Jewish students don't feel comfortable walking across the quad on their university campus because people are screaming, "Gas the Jews" at them, that's a crisis. When university presidents believe that it's difficult to just acknowledge in university presidents of prestigious universities at a congressional hearing, when they can't acknowledge that calls for genocide against the Jewish people is something that they should at least take seriously, yes, that's a crisis. Our own data, AJC's data, which we do a survey every year, close to 50%, 44% of college students in our recent survey have either changed what they wear, where they go on campus, what they carry with them, so people don't know that they're Jewish, or feel afraid in certain places on campus, and hesitate speaking out about, not even speaking out about Israel, just talking about Israel. This one, and this is, and I did not really expect the conversation to go like this, but I'm so glad that it has, because this is exactly the issue. On so many campuses, what AJC is told, and we engage on campus with university presidents around the country, what we're told is, well, college kids, college is a place where we're supposed to have tough discussions, and that freedom of speech matters, and I couldn't agree more. But when your policies, when you refuse to enforce your own codes of conduct, and the result of that is that you are silencing Jewish students, you're not going to have what you claim to want.
Let me just comment on this. You are right that there's a hesitancy, but there's also a law, and there's also the purpose of universities. What college presidents can't do is something that's going to come back and bite them, okay? Because politically, that's just stupid. So what they tend to do is to deal with a constituency which is extraordinarily diverse. There are hate crimes that happen. People say, kill the Jews. That's the same thing as killing the Bible. It's not acceptable, period. Period. But when they say, we don't like you, hell, I've been told that they don't like me so many times I can't stand it. It's okay not to like me, but you're not going to kill me. You're not going to threaten me, and that's the problem we're facing.
Let me speak on that, because a couple people made references to statements, what kind of statements a university is making. And I work at a university where my assistant president has essentially said he's getting out of the statement business, right? He didn't make a statement about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That doesn't mean he was in favor of it. He doesn't make statements about one thing or another. So when the time came for people who wanted statements about Israel, he said, I'm happy to do anything I can do to help the Jewish community, but I'm not in the statement business because I'm not qualified to opine on every single thing in the universe, and there's all sorts of horrible things in the world. I don't make statements about the Uyghurs in China, etc. And I know there's a huge diversity of opinion about when universities should make statements speaking on behalf of the institution about major issues that are not happening on campus. I mean, obviously, if it happens on campus or in our town, that's very different. But particularly for the folks, the three of you who've been in college and university presidents, when do you think it's appropriate to say, I have a big microphone and I want to use it? And I know you've done scholarship, you're writing a book on this very question.
So I am in the middle of writing a book on this question. I think that the moral, wise approach for universities here is to start with what's your mission. What are you put on earth here to do, okay? And in doing that, universities also need to be very mindful of the social compact that exists between them and broader society. At some level, universities exist to be, disruptive and interesting and innovative forces in society, but we're only allowed to do that because we get benefits and support from broader society. When you think about what your mission is, when you think about the nature of the social compact, I believe that more often than not, universities should make a choice to be reticent on issues that are not fundamentally educational, that are not really tied to their mission. Now, there are both philosophical and practical reasons for that. Philosophically, you don't want to impede on the academic freedom of other members of the community if the institution itself takes a stance. Practically, once you start taking stances, you immediately find yourself drawn down the kinds of slippery slopes that you were just talking about a few moments ago, Ben. But I do think that there are circumstances where it is right for universities to take a stance. If it's about an educational matter, if it's about something that relates to the university's ability to actually carry out its mission, if it relates to the preconditions, the academic freedom, the commitment to scientific inquiry that are necessary for the university to do its job, if the existence of the university itself were truly threatened, then you speak out. But more often than not, on a matter of foreign policy, it wasn't smart for universities or right for universities to take a stance on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Generally speaking, universities aren't put on earth to have foreign policy or tell the world what morality should be, but that is still different from saying what universities should provide in terms of support and the climate that they create on their own campuses for intellectual discourse. That universities are responsible for.
Carrie, what do you
Yeah,
think?
and I would take it a step further than that. I do think it's fine for college presidents to remain neutral or step back in most cases in terms of their own statement on behalf of the institution. However, I don't think it's okay if they then just go in their house and do nothing. I think it's extremely important that they then say, here is this really critically important event that's happening in the world. You're an educational institution. You have a duty to educate. So then you need to bring the different voices to the campus, make sure that people feel safe, to your point, to participate, to learn, to express their opinion in a civil way, certainly not to assault anyone, and to make sure that that campus climate is safe for that kind of learning. That's what colleges were made for.
Well,
that's the purpose. So you can't just say, look, it's better if I don't say anything, and then just go home and hope that the professors do what they should do. Because in truth, we've been selecting our professors year after year on narrower and narrower criteria and ideologically. And so that's not going to happen naturally anymore on a college campus, that you can have that healthy give and take.
Yeah, so I'm turn to Ted 1 second. An example of that is, this fall, we have a professor at the law school at Mizzou who used to be a U.S. Navy lawyer, and he did some work in some of the terrorist tribunals in Guantanamo and so on. And he put on a panel that I moderated on Israel, Gaza, and the law of war. And it was actually a useful discussion, and people came and learned stuff. So just for what it's worth, it can be done. People at universities are capable of talking about difficult things. Not everyone is capable of it all the time.
And it should be done.
Yeah. Ted, you were waiting.
Thanks. I do believe, as I said before, that universities are places where people should be able to discuss difficult things. I also acknowledge that university presidents should be thinking about whether their statement impacts the purpose of the university. And I would just point out, Harvard is not the only university in America that has Veritas in its crest. And at a moment that required moral clarity, I wish, and I think everyone here would agree, I wish that on 10-7 and 10-8, that there wouldn't be a need for a statement, because everybody would understand the horrific nature of the slaughter of 1,200 people and taking hundreds more hostages. But it was on college campuses first, not, let's be clear, not when the IDF sent their brave soldiers into Gaza to defend the state of Israel and the Jewish people, but that very night
And the next day, 10/8 on college campuses, there were protesters marching in support of Hamas. We believe that if a university is going to live up to everything that it sets forth as its mission, that when people are out in the streets marching in support of the most horrific day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, that it is important to show moral clarity, to set the tone for what that university campus is going to mean for Jewish students and for everyone else.
I like to say, when I was president of Queens College in New York, I had more Jewish students than Brandeis had students. And we took it incredibly seriously. We took the safety and security and peace of mind of our students incredibly seriously. But that's all students, okay? What Hamas did was inexcusable worse. It was terror. And we have made clear that no matter where terror occurs, we oppose terror. We will sanction terror to the extent we can, but we can't sanction speech. We have to be really, unless somebody is a hate speech, I will kill you, you're gone. But if they say, it's just very difficult to go on, and public universities, you gotta be really careful. We were dealing with BDS, which is, I was at the City University of New York. The union, which represents, 60,000 people, said, we support BDS. And the chancellor of the City University of New York, who is a good friend of mine, said, look, in New York it's illegal. So we don't do that stuff, and that's all we have to say. So you have to be kind of careful and nuanced because there's a constituency out there that's somewhat diverse, and there are real constraints that oppose.
I just want to say one thing. If I acknowledge all of that, but when you say that people shouldn't be allowed, they're barred from saying we're calling for murder, right? You can't march and say that, right? Is that right?
Of course not.
Right. But when you're out marching in support of the group that just carried out mass murder, that's the moment to speak up. And if you can't, as a university president, at that moment, stand up and call exactly that out and point out what enforcing your own rules are for those students who are marching in support of murder, then you're doing a disservice not just to the Jewish students on campus, but to the entire campus community.
So let me link back to the really, really informative panel we had earlier on following money and sources of money and so on. Because at least some of what we're seeing on college campuses that are particularly egregious is the result of funding from people who have nothing to do with our students and our staff and our faculty and so on. And while you always want to be hesitant to say that a group of people who are speaking up in favor of civil rights are just, quote, outside agitators or have been stirred up, there actually is some outside agitation that is happening. And so I'm interested to hear from the panel when you think universities should shut down groups that are behaving in ways that are egregious, because there is some risk of creating sort of more attention for a group than they would have if you just kind of ignored them. There's also First Amendment issues on our public institutions and semi-First Amendment issues, not real First Amendment issues, but free speech commitments on our private institutions. So, and perhaps it would be useful to think of concrete examples that don't relate to Israel. So if any of you in your experience as university presidents have had to shut down student groups or groups on campus because they violated your rules, because it's always nice, and I say this as a law professor, it's nice to be able to think, this is not the first time this problem has ever shown up, right? The issue of anti-Israel speech, that's not the first time we've ever had bad behavior on a campus. So have any of you shut a group down?
I'll take a shot at this. So I'm a pragmatist. I want to make sure that I do what's right by my institution, make sure that people can learn and achieve or do their scholarship and achieve what they came to the university to do. I've shut down fraternities. I've shut them down for violation of the university's rules. If you destroy property, if you haze someone, if you violate standards of conduct, we're going to go after them, okay? In my experience, efforts to literally shut down speech just because it is speech tend to blow up. They tend to create martyrs for free speech. They tend to create a very different dynamic on campus where all of a sudden people are screaming about the university impeding someone's ability to express their own views. Practically speaking, it's not an effective response unless there's been real conduct, in which case you go after it. But I would say that part of how you can sometimes square the circle here is that it is very rare to find a circumstance where conduct and speech don't mix to some extent. Tearing down somebody's poster outside their room might be speech, but it's also destruction of property. It's conduct. You know, harassing someone, literally assaulting them, threatening them is also conduct. You can go after that. So I don't think that, generally speaking, banning groups in the abstract or just for pure speech is an effective response. You go after the conduct instead.
I also shut down fraternities for endangering people, for assault, for theft, and all of these things violated our values as an institution. And I think that that's the real answer here, is that you have to have a clear set of values for your institution, and you have to measure every group's conduct against those values, and they all need to be treated the same. So obviously, to your example, if someone is advocating genocide, if they are celebrating murder, then this is not conduct becoming any college student.
I mean, this is SJP. This is SJP.
So to follow up then, anyone who's been paying attention to the news at all knows of examples of really egregious behavior by groups on campuses which have either an actual campus affiliation or a loose affiliation with the campus. So people who are banging on library windows, people who are blocking a gate at Berkeley so that people can't come in and out. And, you know, a group that bangs on a window and then disappears, you know, maybe the police couldn't get there in time, and we can have an interesting debate about that. But a group that's sitting in front of a gate for days and days, everybody knows they're there. What do you think is leading to the hesitation by university leaders to say, hey, this is why I've got campus cops?
Look, I don't think there's a hesitation. I have had the pleasure of clearing out parts of campuses because folks were sitting down there and they were trespassing. You can find ways of getting rid of people doing stupid things, but you don't do stupid things to get rid of them. That's the problem. You have to find that balance. I have closed down Black Panther organizations on a campus just because they were threatening other folks. And the answer is you don't do that, period. But if they're not threatening other folks, you can't shut them down just because you don't like them. That's the problem. It's a very complicated thing. And public universities are just, it's a different ball of wax because you got to deal with 5,000 different constituencies. Private universities are a little less constrained, but not that much less constrained.
I would suggest to the people who are here today, because I'm sure many of you sit on university boards or are involved with your own universities, that you can have the most impact in that position because the presidents work for you. And the presidents will only feel as empowered to close down this kind of behavior, to make the proper statements in the proper times as you back them up to do. So give your college presidents spine, let them know that you support them when they want to do the right thing. And then you're going to see more willingness to shut down things that shouldn't be happening, to remove people who shouldn't be on campus, and so forth.
So Karen, let me follow up on that because we've been focusing mostly on things that are happening on campus that are bad and that we don't want. But there's a lot of room for making good things happen that we want to happen. And I think it's sort of widely believed that universities are in the education business. We're fighting a disease known as ignorance. And while ignorance will never be defeated, it arises in every generation to destroy us. We can do our level best, and we're not free to desist from the work. So my question is, if we think that American universities should be doing more to teach about what's really happening in Israel, to teach about what is anti-Semitism, how is it manifesting, what can be done about it, how does it compare with and contrast from other incidences of hatred in America and the globe. What, as a practical matter, can colleges and universities in America be doing to get that more education to actually be happening? In addition to trying to stop bad stuff, of course.
Well, I'll jump in on that. First of all, after 10/7, AJC ramped up by the way, at the beginning, when I came here, I wasn't intending to really do the full-on plug, but since every other organization has, I'm going to tell you.
He cannot help himself.
I can't help myself. After 10/7, we ramped up the work that we do on universities. You asked a really important question. To your point, first of all, it's absolutely true that for all of you who serve, who are committed to your universities, you serve on university boards, you serve on boards of trustees, your regents, your donors, there is real power in working together. We've been organizing that community since 10/7. But then the question is, what do you do with that? So first of all, for university presidents, we have been conducting trainings for university presidents, for provosts, for deans of student life. We've been taking, until 10/7, last year we took 4 groups to Israel. We think it's really important. But since 10/7, we've done a number of trainings on what anti-Semitism is, on helping them understand what the Jewish community actually is, putting them in the best position to know how to respond and what questions to ask. That's one thing that every university president can do. We've worked with DEI offices at universities to make sure that they're understanding how all of what's happening in Israel and Israel's war against Hamas is impacting Jewish students. That's another thing you can do. But going forward, there are some basic things. Starting with the fact that it's not too much, especially for those of you involved in your universities, to expect that the Jewish Studies Department and that the Israel Studies Department, if there is one, and certainly the Middle East Studies Department, that they're not all run by anti-Zionists. That's a really helpful step for people to take. We created all sorts of resources for universities to conduct curriculum audits, to make sure that, again, the hard conversations that all of you have talked about that I think are so important can actually happen because you have a diversity, you have a diverse viewpoint that's represented, that it's not just anti-Israel, hard left professors who are driving the day, but that you actually have people who understand the facts of what's happening, and that universities acknowledge that seeking out those professors who can speak to what's happening to the Jewish community, to the history of the Jewish community, to the history of Israel, is actually beneficial for those campuses.
Other thoughts on what we could be doing?
So the recipe is really pretty simple. You start with faculty, and you go out and you hire committed, thoughtful, serious scholars who are interested in these subjects, who do not come in trying to indoctrinate students, who have very thoughtful approaches to these topics. And you encourage them and their academic programs to offer courses that will draw students. And if you have great teachers, you will get students taking those courses. In addition to that, beyond the formal academic offerings, there is a broad range of informal co-curricular programming, speakers, sponsors, symposia that any institution can work with departments or even fund themselves to make happen. But it's a straightforward way.
Let me comment on something less straightforward. I've been on the board of the America-Israel Friendship Week for about 30 years, and we sponsor students going back and forth to Israel and coming to the United States, maybe 3 or 4 times a year. It got more complicated after 10/7, but we're going to do it again. But these are kids. We're sponsoring high school kids. And I think the best thing a university can do to win the hearts and minds of kids and students is to start early. So we have been helping AAFL send kids over. We host them when they come back to the United States on our campuses. We work with Hebrew University, we work with University of Tel Aviv. That's how we, at this university, the universities I work with, can really have an influence on our own university, because once we get those kids tuned up, they might even come to be our students. And those students are the most influential people on campus.
Well,
One last very simple one. Endow professorships of history of Israel.
So if anybody wants to endow a professorship, I'd be thrilled to have it. And I will, just to follow up on Alan's point, the Hillel at Mizzou, I can't remember who the source of funds was, but there was one of the national funders was giving money to various Hillels to take a group of students to Israel, and they were very clear, don't take a plane full exclusively of Jews. Like, please find the most committed, most involved, non-Jewish students on your campus who are willing to go. Of course, you can take, we're not saying it has to be a Jew-free airplane. Feel free to bring, your hello president or whatever it is. And I know some of the students who went, and it was a very, very eye-opening experience for them. And I would say that for the students today, it has to be a trip that doesn't look like we're trying to hide the ball from them, right? If they go on a trip and they don't meet any Israeli Arabs, or they don't meet anyone who's unhappy with the situation in Israel, they're not going to think it's real. Now, fortunately, if there's anybody who likes complaining about Israel, it's Israelis. And so, just like Americans are good at complaining about our government, so it's not actually hard to run a trip that gives a diversity of perspectives. The money point I appreciate, right? And your point of building it and they will come and so on. I'm teaching at a university that doesn't have more Jewish students than Brandeis does, has students, that doesn't have more students than Queens and so on. And a tremendous amount of the attention of the media, of summits like this, when people talk about American higher education, they're thinking about like 20 schools, most of which are an easy train ride from Washington and New York, and then one or two of them are in California, and then maybe people have heard of the University of Chicago or Michigan or something like that. The overwhelming bulk of American college students are educated at schools that accept basically anybody who applies who has a high school degree. The overwhelming bulk of American college students go to schools where there are not a lot of Jewish students. And those people are going to grow up to have all sorts of interesting and important jobs in all the 50 states. And I'm wondering what thoughts you all have at places where nobody bothers to bring their presidents to a congressional hearing to yell at them because nobody could find those schools on a map in a congresswoman's office in Washington. What thoughts do you have for the southeast Missouri states of the world, or Cornell College in Iowa as opposed to the Cornell in New York?
Well, I'll jump in. First, we have AJC, in partnership with Hillel and the American Council on Education, is holding it's our second summit on anti-Semitism for university presidents, and we're not limiting it to only certain colleges. So we would encourage all of those university presidents to join us in Washington this fall. That's number one. Number two, I should say the flip side of that is, you're right, there are lots of colleges that don't get a lot of attention, but the idea, I want to be clear about something, the idea that the problem, the challenges that Jewish students are facing on campus is limited to a handful of schools that get a lot of attention. I
didn't mean to imply that the problems are at a dozen places. I just mean no one's talking about those places.
So I met with a senator last week from a Midwestern state, and I walked into his office and he had pennants from all of the colleges and universities in his state. I had heard of 3. And one of them is a large Jewish population, as a matter of fact. But for the others, he was interested in doing something back home in the state to raise these issues, the kind of trainings that we do, that other organizations do, to help people understand, again, what the Jewish community is, what anti-Semitism is. It benefits not just those places with large Jewish communities, it benefits everywhere, because, last word on this, when there's anti-Semitism, I made this point at the UN, and it's the same analysis. Whether there are a lot of Jews in your country or on your campus, or there are none at all, if there is anti-Semitism, it suggests a much deeper problem that has to be addressed. And the way to address that is through education, and we don't ignore any college.
Let me comment. What we do, and what I've done, is take college presidents from truly obscure places and take them to Israel. And that has been transformative of a lot of these places, because the college presidents come back and they are informed and they lobby for Israel. They lobby for interaction with Israel. They don't believe that Israel is an alien place because they've embraced it. And that's how you really influence people. People gotta know, you can't blame people for being ignorant. You have to understand how to educate them. And one of the things we're dealing with is ignorance. Because people just don't know what they don't know. So finding ways of bringing these college presidents from the middle of nowhere, and there's a lot of nowhere in this country, over to Israel is transformative of those people and therefore of their institutions.
I'm going to call on Steve in 1 second, and after Steve makes the remarks he's been ready to make, we're going to take some questions from the audience. So whoever's in charge of microphones, start thinking about how to get the microphones to the right people. Steve.
2 quick points. These are profoundly important questions. We've heard from other speakers today about how deeply rooted anti-Semitism is. It's always been here, and we have to keep fighting against it. Because this issue is so important, we need to be tackling it educationally. But we also saw a great example earlier today of a K-12 oriented way of bringing education and expertise to units and areas of the state that maybe don't have the large Jewish population. There's no way that we can't take advantage of distance learning and things that we got better at doing post-COVID to bring in outside speakers because they don't necessarily have to fly. You can do it through Zoom, you can do it through prepared programs like we just saw, and that's how you tackle these important questions.
All right, so the microphone was just delivered, so you're first.
I'll get right to the point. Why is nobody talking about DEI right now and the curriculum that is going through every single college campus, which is anti-Semitic because it puts Israel as the oppressor?
Let me comment on that. That is incorrect. DEI, when done appropriately, is against discrimination, period. Okay? It's against everybody who discriminates against anybody. And what it tries to do is inform, especially the faculty, because the faculty are sometimes the problem, that this is not what you do. You don't go and you take a student who happens to be Jewish in your class and make an example of them. You don't take anybody who happens to be different, whether they're transgender or gay, and make an example of them. You just don't do it. There are a lot of people who don't understand that. These are faculty members who are ignorant. And DEI is designed to affect that group of people. The problem is it's not always done correctly. The idea of getting rid of it is bad, because we got some problems. What one needs to do is do it properly.
I want to just jump in, just to be clear about that. And I actually think this is an important debate, and it's a huge debate in the Jewish community, and I'm happy to participate in it. But as long as DEI is operating, I want to make sure that the Jewish students aren't left out. The problem on some campuses, the problem on some campuses with DEI is that the DEI officers, and we know this, we've done trainings across the country on this. This is not, I think this will sound familiar to a lot of you. We're told, the initial response is, well, Judaism's a religion, we don't really deal with religion, so we're not going to talk about Jews. Well, it's a failure to understand what the Jewish community is. Secondly, they'll say, well, my goal is to really, I've had conversations like this. Well, you know, we want to make sure that every group is included, especially marginalized groups. And Jews, you know, you're white and you've been successful. This is not meant with any ill intent. This is the way they do it. And so there's not really a place for the Jewish community here. Again, for the Jewish kids on those campuses, or the Jewish employees, frankly, in the corporations whose DEI officers are taking the same position, we come in and do trainings to help them understand who the Jewish community is and why it's important to not be excluded from these conversations as long as you're going to be engaging in this work.
Well, and to the questioner's point, I mean, I'm a member of a group called the Academic Engagement Network that includes faculty all over the country. And you know, when we have our meetings, there's no shortage of people who talk about how they wrote some op-ed in favor of Israel, and then people reported them to the DEI office and so on. And you know, when those offices are well run, the response to a complaint like that is, she's allowed to say whatever she wants in the op-ed, and I'm not going to do anything to her on behalf of the institution. But of course, it's not always well run. And I know we could talk about DEI, and I would be glad to during the cocktail hour forever. But I want to make sure that we call on at least a few more people, and then we can come back to it. There's someone in the, okay, we got someone holding the microphone in the white dress, and then you in the back. I know you've been waiting, so you're the next one after Go ahead.
I was on a board up at Harvard University, the Women's Leadership Board at the Kennedy School, which I'm no longer a member of. Anti-Semitism has been brewing at Harvard for a very long time. Whenever they had Israeli ambassadors come to speak or whatever, the hostility which allowed to go on against whether it's the professors or the speakers was unimaginable initially. What happened after October 7th at Harvard didn't happen in a vacuum. You have a lot of professors who are against Israel, who preach against Israel, who preach against the Jews, who preach against Zionism. What are you going to do about those professors that are still at those schools?
Yeah, well, so, and I think that's an important question, and I want to add to it before turning it over. Harvard, in the not-too-distant past, has had Larry Summers and Larry Bacow as president, and neither of those men dislikes Jews. I mean, they might dislike a few individual Jews, but they're both in favor of the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and surely they were aware of what's going on. So how is it that despite the leadership of these pro-Israel, philo-Semitic people, we're seeing the problems we have?
You know, I think the answer here is you got to call out and expose the fallacies and the flawed reasoning and the lies when people make them. And that extends to students in a classroom, it extends to faculty. So we all need to work on having actually the courage to call out shoddy scholarship, flawed reasoning, and name it for what it is.
But beyond that, you also have to have someone who can be there to do that, right? You have to have that balance on your faculty, which is why I'm saying I think that donors and people who are influential, alumni who participate in these kinds of advisory boards and so forth, need to say that diversity of ideology is just as important as other kinds of diversity. And at Harvard in particular, DEI, to your point, simply was silent and excluded the protection of Jewish students and other religions. And I would say, from my experience as a college president, that absolutely different religious minorities need to be protected in an environment, in a university. And so that was a mistake. And I think that we will need to cultivate that broader range of voices if we want to counter the kinds of rhetoric that you're talking about. But it is a place where people can express their views, but there need to be opposing views.
I was on the faculty of the Kennedy School. I was on the faculty of Kennedy School. And let me just say that there are real assholes at Harvard on the faculty as well. Okay? Some of them were hired before assholes were labored.
Some are tenured professors.
Yeah. That's a problem.
What can we do about them? They're teaching ideology and not academics.
What you have to do, I think, and this is the purpose of a lot of the DEI office, is to educate these people, because some of them are educable. Not all of them, because some of them are just real crazy, but some of them are educable. And you have to spend time trying to educate these folks. But when they have tenure, it is very difficult, unless they commit a crime, to get rid of them.
And I'm going to call on someone in the back who's been extremely patient.
Hold on one second.
It is. She hasn't been patient enough. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. But I just want to say, again, we're on lots. We interact with administrators and university presidents across the country, and I understand what tenure is, and I understand that it makes it difficult. But when university professors are giving extra credit if you go to the Hamas march, or university professors are singling out Jewish kids in the classroom, that may not be a crime, but it is inconsistent with what the university is supposed to be doing. It puts those Jewish kids at risk, and universities have to address it.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
It is your turn.
Okay. I think that we can all agree on one thing in this room today. If we were in a movie theater and it was dark and I stood up and screamed the word fire, would I be breaking the law? I think we all know the answer is yes. There is a difference. Words matter. There is a difference, a fundamental, simple morality issue here. Words matter. There's a difference between hate speech that incites craziness
unlawfulness, disregard of property, personal safety, and free speech. I do not believe, and you cannot convince me, that screaming the words "from the river to the sea" is an innocuous comment and it should be ignored. I do not believe, and I will not support, this kind of, oh well, they're just kids, they don't know any better. I don't know why it's so hard for grown-ups in this country, where we live in freedom, to understand the fundamental difference between hate speech and free speech. And if any one of you want to take that on, go for it.
I'm happy to go for it. So I teach at the University of Missouri, and in 2015, I became chair of what we call the Faculty Council, and almost every other university in America calls the Faculty Senate, and that was a punishment for me missing a meeting, I think. And in the fall of that year, our president and system president and campus chancellor resigned on the same day, that November, in response to protests related to racial issues. And it was a very complicated problem, and we had big issues about free speech. And the interim chancellor who got put in, he and I appointed a committee to help write rules having to do with free speech, protests, and so on our campus. And as a public university, we're covered by the First Amendment, of course, and we also have a Missouri state statute that's very strongly pro-free speech. And I would say it actually is often quite difficult to figure out what is ordinary stupidity that we can merely condemn, and what is the sort of conduct violation that we can punish someone for. And to pick an example that is not directly related to the hot button issue we're thinking of right now, we have black students who have complained that there are people who make white racist slogans or white supremacist slogans when they're walking around. And the lawyers will tell you, if you go talk to people who are educated on the First Amendment, that we are not allowed to kick students out of the University of Missouri for being members of white supremacist organizations or going to Richard Spencer's march at, say, when he spoke at the University of Florida. The University of Florida was not allowed to prevent him from marching in Gainesville, and it cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars for the security, and so on. So I think these questions are extremely complicated, and so this is not to defend for a minute the performance of the university presidents at that hearing that everyone is talking about. We can all say that they didn't answer questions with the kind of moral clarity that we would have wished. But the idea that it is actually easy to decide whether students, for example, who say from the river to the sea at a march, it's very different if they come to some Jewish kid's dormitory and start yelling it. But people who make marches, if Chinese students are marching and say that they own Taiwan, that could be seen as a threat to Taiwanese people, but probably would not allow us to kick those students out of the university. So I think it's hard.
I'm just gonna add one thing. Here's what's not hard. Here's what's not hard about this. Free speech rights, and this is, for us, this is the most important thing we always try to get universities to acknowledge. The free speech rights that we spend so much time, where universities spend so much time worrying about statements that don't certainly seem, I agree, that are more than just speech. But still, free speech rights debate is important, but you know what we can all agree? University presidents also enjoy that free speech right. Hold on a second. University presidents set the tone for what happens on campus. And if you're telling me, if you're telling me, because this is great, by the way. If you're telling me,
why they pay their money.
If you're telling me that students can march calling for the annihilation of Jews, but university presidents can't stand up and condemn that, one, I don't believe it, and two, we should change that.
That is not true. You have to, at a public university, you have to remember that the university president is a public employee. They have to be very careful not to exercise free speech, because we don't have it. University presidents of public universities do not have the right to free speech. Faculty members have, the university president doesn't. We can call out hate speech, but we are protected by the law that says this is hate speech. But we cannot go and put our own spin on what hate speech is. It's very difficult. So we want legislation. We try to get Can't get anything through Congress, but you try to get it through the state legislature. This is hate speech. And then we can do something about it, but you have to be careful because other people will say, make America great again is hate speech. And that is in fact true.
I think when Ben Sass is the president of the flagship university in the state of Florida, and after 10/7, he could not have spoken with any greater moral clarity about what happened. That's what I'm suggesting. Every university president can do that.
Got a question in the back.
Hi, I'm a parent of a college student here in UCF. Also involved with the Mothers Against College Anti-Semitism and running for their lives. I cannot fathom the idea that someone blocking a classroom or blocking traffic to get to class is allowed to do that. Why aren't they taking accountability at the schools to stop it? If I were to stand in front of a professor's door and not let anybody in, I'd be arrested.
Well, and I'm with you 100% on this, right? And when I say things are hard, some things are hard, but not everything is hard, right? If you are impeding people's lawful access to a building, that's not allowed, and the university should get rid of you. And so I can't speak to the current administration of that school, and I'm not an expert on what they're doing. But any other follow-up?
I'll echo the same thing. Absolutely. You're disrupting somebody's ability to get to class. You're banging on the walls, you're blocking the entrances. Punishable offense. And if institutions are unwilling to do that, they should step up and have some steel in their spine. On the other hand, I'm in a class and I say something that is profoundly disturbing to somebody that they don't want to hear because it's an idea that is distressing, that's allowed. At some point, that expressing an idea gets dangerously close to expressing a threat, a personal hatred to you. That's where you get into the hard questions. But knocking on the door, blocking the entryway, that's not a hard question.
And the answer to how come something isn't being done, and again, I know nothing about the specific incident you're talking about, but in general, is that not everyone in the world is good at their jobs, right? And so I think part of the benefit of a group like this, and part of the benefit of people who have influence on trustees, is that when people aren't doing what they're supposed to do, they should be held accountable, and people should be calling that university's trustees or that university's president and say, maybe you didn't hear about this incident, what are you going to do about it? We have thousands of universities in this country, and those thousands of universities have hundreds of thousands collectively of professors. You're going to find people who are professors who do crazy things the same way you're going to find cops who do bad things and members of Congress who do bad things, and that doesn't necessarily mean that all cops or all of Congress should be put in the trash. And so I think it's useful to have a balance of saying when people mess up, we need to pay attention because we can't pretend it's not a problem, while also acknowledging that the American system of higher education has been pretty good for the Jews for a very long time. You have a question? Yeah, I see you. I'm looking right at you. Well, just stand up and use the big voice.
No, I don't talk I'm still pretty good at math, and I think 1 and 1 equals 2. This morning we heard from the Lawfare Project about the billions of dollars that are being pumped into schools and suggesting that they're influencing the outcomes. From your perspective, from the college, what do you think about that? Can that be stopped? I know we're all addicted to money. Can that be stopped?
Let me comment on that from a public university point of view. The Chinese spend more money than the Qataris, for sure. It's not even close, okay? And what we have been able to do is to find out where the influence is and shut it down. The Qataris are not giving money to the universities to be anti-Israel. They're endowing professorships, they're giving scholarships, they're doing all this kind of stuff. It's very difficult to monitor that, but when you find it, you can get rid of it. But you have to be very careful because the Qataris also fund a scholarship in one institution, a fellowship, a professorship and a fellowship that are pro-Israel. I mean, they're not stupid people. They're not just going to fund one side or the other. They're going to have their influence all over the place. So, yes, we can do something about it, but we got to know what we're doing.
All right, other answers to this question?
I would just say that I would say in the past decade, universities were very blind to the attempts at foreign influence through funding that were going on really just in plain sight. And especially, as you say, the Chinese were blatantly prudent in this regard. And I think now, because of that, because of the Chinese example, universities are becoming more aware and more careful about that kind of foreign influence. But there's all kinds of outside influence that occurs. There's a lot of online influence by foreign governments that also stoke some of these demonstrations and attitudes on campus. And so we need to be mindful of that. We need to be thinking about how do you counter that kind of foreign interference on your campuses.
I was just really quickly, I was on Capitol Hill last week, and I had a really interesting conversation with a couple of members of Congress who are, in the context of this broader, or this specific conversation rather, about post-10/7 and what's happening on college campuses, are now looking at it's not just comparing China to Qatar to the other countries. They're now looking and saying, well, wait a second, if you, on the one hand, if you look at the total amount of dollars going to universities through grants and through research dollars from the US and through tax exempt, for no taxes on the gains on these massive endowments and no real estate taxes, and charitable contributions for the contributions that go to universities. The ledger, on the one hand, between American taxpayer dollars that are funding American universities and the money coming from abroad, there is so much. They're now suggesting and looking at. There's so much money that we are all contributing to every university in America, prompting them to ask the question, maybe we should ask why foreign money is coming in at all.
So I'm told we have time for exactly one last question, and you're going to get to ask it, and we might not all answer it, so we'll see how many answers we need.
No, I think I'd like to address this to Ted specifically.
Please.
And we're all looking for solutions here, and you're all part of the solution, so I think we all thank you. But
does that make me the problem?
Well, I'll get there. But I think you've got the background, given your background, to answer this. Some boards, some trustees don't have a leadership, period. But we did see with the congressional hearing a tremendous outcome, even though it was based upon plagiarism. But the results were very clear. They couldn't testify, they couldn't hold their ground, and they were wrong to be being where they were. To be able to have movement on this, is it a congressional role? Should it be, and if so, how? It sounds like it's the only point of accountability still left to see significant progress. I'm told there'll be some new hearings again next month, but should there be legislation on top of hearings?
Well, first of all, let's not understate the importance of the hearings. We talked about I referenced the one with the university presidents. The hearings that Congress has had with students has been very powerful. And making a record of this moment, I know we're all in it. Everyone here thinks about this all the time. But for Congress to make a record of what's going on to refer back to, that matters a lot. In terms of legislation, I don't know where they're going to go with this. I've had some conversations about FERPTA, right? Because we have these codes of student conduct. We have no idea if they're being enforced because of FERPTA rules. Well, maybe they should look at those rules in the context of what's been exposed since 10/7. I mean, and then on the funding issue, as I said, there's now a conversation about funding and where it comes from. And given the massive amount of money that flows to college campuses through federal dollars appropriated by the United States Congress, I think what a lot of my former colleagues in Congress have now caught on to is that the leverage that they hold to make sure that universities are taking this as seriously as they need to is immense, and I think they intend to use it.
All right, well, so I'm about to wrap us up, and I'll just give one parting thought that I think we should all be careful in quickly joining a group that wants to take a bunch of funding away from the universities that we hope will educate our children and cure disease in the future. And so hopefully we can chew gum and walk at the same time and make things better without concurrently making things worse. I want to thank the summit for hosting us. I want to thank my fellow panelists for being here and everyone in the audience for paying attention. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the synagogue, we would like to honor all the panelists with a beautiful Megillas Esther, the Book of Esther that will be reading this Saturday night. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a small coffee break before our next discussion. So please feel free to go to the back, get yourself a drink.
Get
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the next discussion in about 5 minutes. Once again, we'll begin the next discussion in about 5 minutes. So please bring up final snack and take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to invite everyone to please find your seats. We're going to start the next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite everyone to please find your seats. We would like to begin the next discussion. If everyone could please find their seats. For those having discussions in the back, we'd like to begin the next program. We'd like to begin the next part of the program, so if you could please find your seats. Once again, I want to invite everyone from the back to please come find your seats. There's some seats here up front. For the next discussion, titled The Front Lines of Our Modern History. We'd like to call Philippe Rings, who was a former senior advisor to Secretary Clinton, with a moderate discussion by Michael Hoffman, the President and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Palm Beach County. Please give them a warm welcome. Michael? Can you see Michael?
Still having come up in.
Could just do a monologue. Here.
Right outside. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Well, that was awkward.
By the way, this is the first time today I've run on time.
So Philippe, so first I always want to thank Palm Beach Synagogue for bringing the community together. Rabbi Shiner, Rabbi Minsky, really thank everyone. Just it's such an important conversation, so many topics that we have to discuss together as a community to act together. Philippe, it's such a pleasure to have this conversation with you. We all woke up on October 7th and we were all traumatized by the horrific events that we witnessed. We're also still trying to process it. But when you woke up, besides your own personal trauma and shock and horror, I also want to ask you kind of what you thought about this is going to be a defining moment for our communal institutions. And the next day was going to have to be very, very different. So what were you thinking about in terms of the communal response to how to help support and address post-October 7th?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Honestly, these are not good days, and it's nice to be around people that are comforting. Second of all, I do have a complaint. I was told you don't have to be perfect, you just have to be better than the last guy, and I was not told I would be following Ted Deutsch, Mark Mellman, and a race car driver. That said,
we fly planes, so we're better.
I mean, we all remember vividly, I happened to be at a friend's house in the Hudson Valley. I think it was a Saturday, I know it was Saturday, but what was notable about it was that also spending the weekend was the Lieutenant Governor of New York, who I'm unfortunately blanking on his name, and his wife. And, you know, I think it took a couple of days to really absorb the impact. There was a delay in reporting, certainly in the scope. But it was interesting because there were probably 6 of us, 4 Jews, and we were all pretty punched in the gut. And they were very much, the lieutenant governor's wife, were very much approaching us as almost we were mourning, which we were. But it was also a good point to have a conversation about where things stand. And I think at that point was more thinking about the previous 4 years than what would be the next 4 months. And, you know, one of the previous panelists said, if someone says make America great again, that's not hate speech, and then he added personally that it is. But I had been experiencing anti-Semitism as more of a theory when things that were happening that the president was saying and maybe inciting. And it just, you know, in hindsight, just missed all the signs. I mean, Charlottesville, when they were yelling, Jews will not replace us, I actually didn't take that as anti-Semitic. I took it as a bunch of white extremist idiots who were just lashing out at everyone who wasn't them. So I think it was a very quick sobering up of what is it that we just missed for all these years that we thought we were safe. We thought we were living in, you know, comfort. We had to be more, you know, blunt about it. We had invested in the right places. We had contributed to the right people. And suddenly we were naked.
So in Michael Greenwald's session, and again, Michael Nolan, thank you for chairing, there was a comment, I think Matt said the comment of, we can't necessarily wait for government for the most complete response. And this was an opportunity, certainly in Israel, or a need in Israel, for civic response, civic engagement, as well as here in our Jewish community, as we saw the continued rise in anti-Semitism. What did you see as sort of the civic engagement, the NGO, the nonprofit engagement that you really feel like helped fill a void at a time of such extraordinary need?
Well, I think frankly they lost their footing, or they were trying to ask and answer that very question, because what they had done for years, it's not a matter of worked or didn't work, but I think realized that maybe we were surrounded by more fair-weathered friends than we thought. So investments in people and in groups by the NGOs, by other civic, members of civil society, you really had to take stock about who was with you, but also your approach over the last couple of years that led you to think that you had people in your corner. And as we've seen, 140, 50 days later, we don't have people in our corner that are unbelievable. I worked for Hillary Clinton when she was senator. I got a front row seat to Chuck Schumer, always liked him. If he walked in today, he'd probably recognize me, although he'd think my name is Felipe. And
it's not.
And it's not. And, what Chuck did last week was really disappointing, because what Chuck does for Chuck. And I imagine when it's all said and done, either he's concerned about keeping the majority. He is probably allowing some members who are in difficult races. But when we're losing people like Chuck Schumer, why would we hold anyone else? I mean, Chuck loves to say he is the highest ranking Jew ever in the American government. And he just said that Israel needs to, I'm going to dumb it down. And you can personalize the Bibi all you want, but you're basically saying, I'm no longer with Israel. And that's...
So I want to read a quote by Sarah Hirschhorn, who's a historian and an author who wrote in Fathom Journal, an online journal. Post-October 7th, Jews must unite in Israel and the diaspora to strengthen communal assets worldwide, forge new alliances, and create parallel institutions. The moment to build a post-October 7th Jewish future is now, and the spirit of pre-1948 Zionism can help us. What are you seeing as this paradigm shift? There are so many incredible organizations nationally and locally. We've heard from many of them today. all that are doing just incredible work. They were doing amazing work before October 7th, since October 7th. Do you see a sense of a need for a paradigm shift, a greater level of, I'll say, collaboration or coordination? Some people have asked me, should there be one super organization to sort of address some of these overlapping issues and activities?
Yeah, let me try to take it all on at once. It's human nature after something goes very wrong to think that everyone who was working on that thing was wrong, because how could it have gotten worse than October 7th? I think if you unpack it, there's a couple of things to remember. We're not the Catholic Church. There's not one person at the top who decrees something and then it filters down. We are for a religion that is not that hierarchical, pretty aligned. If you look at the major groups that we're talking about and that are, being criticized or being called upon to do more, the AJC, APAC, ADL, they have been remarkably in line with each other for decades. So, and they're asking themselves the toughest questions of all. And, in full transparency, I work with Ted Deutsch on a program that he spearheaded that was very much exactly what you're asking in the question, that it was bringing together the various groups to fight misinformation and disinformation. And that doesn't mean there needs to be some new umbrella organization. My personal experience working in Washington, whether it's on the Hill or State Department, organizations are good when they are nimble, when they know themselves. When you put multiple together, you're kind of reaching for the lowest common denominator. You all sat here, he's in the back of the room, so he's gonna think I'm buttering him up, but does anyone think Ted Deutsch should be out of a job? Or that Ted Deutsch should have a boss that's, also the boss of APAC? I was glad that he was up here, we need him up on that wall. And he was channeling, I was counting, I think he got 4 ovations, maybe 5. There weren't a whole lot before that. So the idea of, do we need a new paradigm? I think we need to look at what happened and not just for the sake of preventing it, but where we are now. And to go back to the Chuck example, there are a lot of members who the pressure just became too much, Jewish or otherwise, Democratic or Republican otherwise. And a lot of that is because of the same thing that's going on in your lives. You either have non-Jews in your life who it's very hard to talk about this with, or frankly, you have Jewish friends or family that's very tough. I have people that in my life that are Jews that I have to have conversations about, why are they killing tens of thousands of civilians? And to tie those two things together, the disinformation and misinformation is making it too easy to put undue pressure on members of Congress and other leaders to, at the very best, not be completely there for Israel, or at the very worst, turn on. Because when you talk to your friends and someone says, Israel, is killing people, he made the perfect point. Israel didn't do anything for 10 days. Yet the spike in anti-Semitism in 2023 for that week was remarkable. So we need to arm all of us with pushback. And this is what I've done for decades in Washington, is that we all need answers to tell people. If we all take care of our little corner of the world, and some of us do it with a bigger bullhorn, it's still a hell of a fight. But it's a start where you can at least move on from there to, I always say to people, okay, what should have Israel done? And they either have nothing to say or they say free Gaza. And then I say free to where? Because the last time I checked Egypt, the only time Egypt says anything is don't you dare let any of them into our country. And Queen Rania, rants and raves about horror. The last time I looked at a map, they seem to share a border with the West Bank. You don't see them welcoming any Jordans. So, this is what's called a wicked problem. There is no easy solution, and it's whack-a-mole. Any person that you satisfy in a group, you are going to disappoint others. But that doesn't mean you just, sit back and let it happen. And frankly, at the end of the day, Israel just has to say the hell to all of you,
So post-October 7th, I think all of our communal institutions, there's this like tectonic shift, this amazing shift to kind of rethink how do our organizations need to rethink our purpose, our goals, our objectives, our outcomes. And that leads to sort of potential thinking about a reimagination. I think certainly since October 7th, even a bit before with the rise in anti-Semitism, as communal organizations, we've been kind of moving from crisis to crisis to crisis. And I was speaking with someone once who shared the line with me, 10 tactics doesn't make a strategy. And so in your mind, what does sort of institutional or communal reimagination look like to respond to kind of our new reality, short-term and long-term? Because anti-Semitism is not going away anytime soon. The anti-Israel sentiment is not going away anytime soon. The rebuilding of Israel, both emotional and physical, is not going away anytime soon. How should our communal organizations move from that tactical and reimagine themselves on their new sense of relevance moving forward?
Well, I think you want to start by asking yourself, does reimagine mean build up from the ground up again? It's possible for organizations or groups or churches or synagogues to have to take a real look back or look at themselves. That doesn't mean that the rabbi should be fired. It doesn't mean that you should close the shul and build a new one in its place. So I think it's a matter of first embracing the idea that maybe this is not about creating a whole new structure. If I had my druthers, there would be, after the 2004 election, Democrats were shocked that John Kerry lost. And when they look back at the race without going, down a rabbit hole, they discovered a couple of things that they were missing that the Republicans were doing. And it's not a judgment, right or wrong. And someone named David Brock, who some of you might know the name, some not, he created an organization that plugged the holes. And David is a controversial figure, but he created several arms. One was to counter media misinformation, media, frankly, misbehavior. And that made sense in that moment to create something that we didn't have. In 2008, conversely, the Republicans, though the race was not close, they were in awe of the Obama turnout operation. And they decided they need to mimic that, which they tried to do in 2012. Fast forward to now, David Brock's organization is called Media Matters. It's at times very effective. Most of the time it's just really gutting it out, having fights with press that you just never see. You never necessarily see the outcome. I think that there would be an equivalent, AJC, APAC, ADL that did nothing but rough up the press. For baseball fans, I used this analogy earlier to Ted. If you call a reporter or an editor and yell about the headline, you're almost certainly not going to get it changed. What you're actually doing is you're throwing a fastball at the hitter that's crowding the plate. And he's probably going to back up. And that's the point, because the next time they write a headline, they'll be a little bit more aware of it. It's a game of, it's a battle of inches. It's not satisfying, it's hard to quantify. But when you don't do it, when you just let the media run amok, because let's give one last example. One of the more appalling things that I learned over the last months is that at one major paper that I won't mention, but everyone knows it, there was a, I can't even do the rhymes with. One of the editors, one of the foreign affairs editors was Jewish. And others in the newsroom said that a Jew could not cover or could not be an editor over. Imagine if there was an African-American editor and someone said, you can't be responsible for any reporting on Black Lives Matter. I hate to do the imagine if thing, but every time you do the imagine if thing, this is absolutely every part of what's been going on is appalling, you know, with the,
So-
you don't cut me off, I'm just gonna keep.
You want to finish?
I'll stick in on other parts.
So you talked a little about allyship before, and we were actually talking before, you know, in the green room with the green couches about sort of broader community engagement. And again, the spirit of what Ted was talking about, another, you know, shameless plug. Jewish Federation of Palm Beach County launched the Palm Beach Center to combat anti-Semitism and hatred less than a year ago. The two main areas of focus on our center, again, focus in Palm Beach County is enhancing security in our community. We're now helping support 40 Jewish institutions in North County, synagogues, Chabad's, enhance their security. And the second aspect is focusing on allyship and working sort of with partners to help ensure that we are doing what we can to combat and address anti-Semitism. We work with the Louis Brandeis Justice Center to pass legislation, the Public Nuisance Act to help combat the activities of white supremacists. We're working with, I'm looking at Kim Coombs, Director of Holocaust Education for Palm Beach County School District, and Kelly Warshaw from Insight Through Education, collaborating with them on providing education. We about 12,000 students, public school students of the past 2 years have participated in a cattle car Holocaust exhibition. We're focusing on with our school administrators. So they're not just Holocaust education, but also focused on combating anti-Semitism, what happens when issues happens in the school. They're expelling students, they're suspending teachers, a lot more that we're doing. But most recently, we just came back from Israel. We took a group of 15 non-Jewish leaders to Israel about 2 weeks ago, so they can bear witness. Some of these were African American, all in the nonprofit community. Some, one is a former mayor of Palm Beach County. And we're looking at, from the ally perspective, is who's sitting around the table, but who's not around the table that we need to start to engage to really promote a sense of allyship, who's going to be uncompromising in their condemnation of anti-Semitism and hatred, and who's going to be supportive of Israel during this horrific time. So who do we need to lean into?
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, there's no one in this room that needs to be convinced that Israel got the raw end of this and is suffering very badly. But then, if we're preaching to the choir, you really have to ask, are we talking to the right audience? And, you know, some of you might have seen this, but the government of Israel put together a presentation. It's about 45 minutes of video that was taken from various sources on October 7th. It's hard to watch. They show it sporadically at the embassy and some consulates, and you look around and it's all folks like us. Who are you convincing? And I was invited to see it in part to talk to them a little bit about other ideas, and I said, have you offered members of Congress the opportunity to see this? And that sounds like a horribly naive question, but I knew what the answer would be. And they said, of course we have. They said no. I'm like, good. You need to invite every member of Congress one at a time, let them explain why they won't walk 20 feet to the conference room in the Capitol complex that you are holding to do this. You need to name and shame them. And that is a hardball, you know, because you know what? They're never coming back into the fold. You know, this isn't like everyone needs to, in a year from now leave them. No. People are showing, if nothing else, at least the last period of months has been revealing. There's no real ambiguity on where people stand. But, you know, let Ilhan Omar explain why she refuses to see the video. She probably won't, but, you know, we were also talking in the green room about we've all had different interactions with either hostages themselves or hostage families. And, you know, some of them want to do the name and shame. I mean, imagine if a released hostage who would go to someone's congressional office and said, I've got a DVD here, let's get the whole office. I mean, these are stunts, but they are effective. And, you know, not to, I don't like talking about people when they're not here, but even though they're here, they can't really speak. One of the issues from my perspective that plays into the misinformation, disinformation is that the actors on campus are not just beatniks who are, you know, taking over the dean's office. You have organizations like SJP that the way they get around things is when SJP is suspended, they change their name to SPJ. You have very savvy protesters who are testing the limits. They are testing how far they can go. And universities are, you know, unfortunately more responsible and constrained. But in fairness, I would say you guys should test the boundaries. You know, if you got lawyers saying you can't move, try different lawyers. It's not removing rights, but, you know, and I understand the idea of tenure, but how many untenured faculty have been fired in the course of all of this? There's an academic, I'm not gonna say bubble because we get accused of living in the bubble, but there needs to be more of a fight. And I don't know if the woman who said this about words matter, you know, there are two words that you never hear, which is common sense. I mean, you know anti-Semitism when you see it. You know racism when you see it. You know homophobia when you see it. A tenured professor can say all sorts of things and you can't touch him because of the academic norms of academia. But you know what? It's one thing, and the one thing I'll take issue with someone else said is if an 18-year-old, and at one point we were all 18, I was an idiot, you know, when I was young and dumb, I was young and dumb. I might have chanted something I didn't know. The responsibility of faculty is to say, here's what you're chanting. And I'm actually more upset with faculty and staff because they know what they're doing and they're giving cover. And when university presidents don't say, yes, that's anti-Semitism, it's not encouraging it, but I mean, you could apply that to anything. You could apply that to anything Donald Trump has said, anything anyone on the left has said, that free speech doesn't end up in violence, and that's just not true. There is some connection there, and there is some point at which common sense has to be injected into the situation. Because again, like Ted said, and what I always come back to, Israel did not go into Gaza for 10 days. So what were people protesting? I just don't really get it. They were anticipatory protesting?
So as communal institutions, we are always thinking about how do we define success and impact. And I think...
And the other reason I'm picking on, I mean, other than having the opportunity to pick on the colleges, is that they are communal institutions. In some cities, they are the community. I mean, Columbia and NYU are such huge parts of New York, MIT and Harvard. I mean, Boston is a town of colleges. So it's not like there's some, you know, unfortunate legalistic stuff going on in one little corner. They're setting an example.
Right.
And they're setting a tone.
Right. So for us, again, I here represent Jewish Federation of Beach County. We have Beach Synagogue. We heard from Morris Life, Insight Through Education, all these other, you know, this American Jewish Committee, all these, you know, really amazing organizations. I think for all of us, we all have to try to define what does success look like. And I think how we were defining success prior to October 7th in addressing anti-Semitism and anti-Israel sentiment, I think we could say it kind of didn't work. And so in this kind of post-October 7th world, in your mind, what would success look like? When we come back here again, the fourth summit,
I think,
how can we articulate some level of impact that we're trying to...
Well, I think one point of impact, like I think it's I'm not an expert on national Jewish organizations. I, you know, have been exposed to AIPAC since I was in high school. They are probably top 3 most effective single issue lobbying organizations in the history of, you know, participating in the democratic system along with, you know, AARP. But they're taking a lot of flack, and what I didn't know until a friend told me was that, you know, AIPAC for a while was trying to, they saw people as friends or potential friends, and they, as he put it, and they abandoned that a couple of years ago when they said, we have friends and we have adversaries, and if you're not our friend, we're going to go after you in primaries. So, you know, I think that kind of outlook and approach is going to bear fruit, hopefully by the, you know, 4th or 5th summit. And in fairness, that's something they were doing. You know, large organizations can course correct, and it's very tough. You know, you listed everything that you're doing that's happening here, And really, just the fact that you can list it is all that matters. You could be someone across town listing 10 other things, and they might even be in conflict, but so what? We'll work that out. There might not ever be a national strategy, but we tend to be, a resilient bunch of folks. And it's because no one yields. And as long as, folks like us don't yield, even if it's not resisting the same way as your cousin in Detroit.
So Philippe, I want to thank you. In my organization, when we want our speakers to wrap up, we hold up a sign, we go like this, Palm Beach Synagogue, the Book of Esther comes out. So thank you, Philippe.
No, thank you for letting me vent.
I want to take a special moment here to give a big thank you to the Jewish Federation of Palm Beach and Michael Hoffman for being a generous supporter of today's summit. Thank you very much.
Moving right along, we have a very special presentation coming up from Miriam Churchill, who is the Executive Director of Parents for Peace, an organization that helps parents educate parents and educate the teachers on what to do when they see their child turning to extremism.
Thank you. So, first I would like to thank Michael and Nolan and Rabbi Minsky for having me here to share the work we do at Parents for Peace to prevent hate and anti-Semitism. So I am the non-Jewish person who have been working very hard to prevent anti-Semitism. Thank you. So usually when I'm invited to speak to these events, I speak in front of a crowd with people with uniforms from law enforcement or special extremism. And at the same time, since 2016, when I built Parents for Peace, I've been looking for you. I've been wanting to talk to you to say that anyone can be part of the solution to prevent hate and extremism and anti-Semitism. So I'm so glad I'm here. So today I'm going to speak to you about three things. One is briefly my personal story that led me to do this work. The second is how we see this problem at Parents for Peace and some innovative solution. Oops, sorry. So this is the picture of me. See this cute little kid? And this is my father and my grandfather. I was born in Northern Africa. My father is a black Muslim and my mother is a white Christian. So growing up in the 70s in Africa made it very complicated to be me. The side of my mother would call me a savage and the side of my father would call me a kufar. Kufar is the Arabic word to say miscreants, meaning that being me, my blood was impure and therefore I will burn in hell. So after, not only that, but after school, I would have a large group of kids throwing rocks at me and chanting, Jew, Jew, Jew. I was confused. Even to this day, I'm going to be 60 next year, I still feel the heat of fear of being stoned by kids that chanted Jew, as if the word Jew was an insult. So, according to this very enlightened, smart bigots, them being a half black Muslim and a half white Christian made me a Jew. Right? I will spare you the details of the horrendous violence of my childhood, but I can tell you something, is that what I've learned is racism has no fixed color. And hatred is an equal opportunity, and I would stand by that. So, being a survivor of violence, I became obsessed with the question, why
people harm others? So this question led me to become a therapist, where I've been trying to figure out about how to stop, harm and hatred and anti-Semitism. So my very first job was to become a counselor for young African women who were suffering, they were victims of sex trafficking, and that was in the street of Marseille in the early HIV. Little did I know that this early experience of my work with sex trafficking and addiction disorder would lead me to understand the grooming into extremism. So Parents for Peace was born from a tragedy, from family. It was created by families for other families, after their loved ones were recruited into hate and extremism. They were confused, didn't understand why, what happened to them. And what we found out is that many of those people were naive and vulnerable. Of course, not every vulnerable people become radicalized. This is Melvin Bludso. He's the founder of Parents for Peace. He is an African-American Baptist father whose son, Carlos, when he was getting into some trouble, on campus, since, we've been talking about campuses, how they educate our kids. He was radicalized on campus in Arkansas, and he became, from being a Baptist, he converted to Islamism, and he became incredibly hateful. His family didn't understand what was happening. His groomers sent him to Yemen, and when he came back from Yemen, he was ready to carry a terrorist attack. So his first target, he was aiming to blow up a synagogue. And when he missed, he started driving in front of a recruitment center, military recruitment center, and he started shooting. He wounded one person and killed one person. Today, he's serving several life sentences. I spent a lot of time speaking to Carlos in the Maximum Security Center to say, he told me, if this is happening to my son and my daughter, it must happen to other people's son and daughter. Please help me find out. So I traveled for a whole year in the United States, Canada, Europe, and Africa to meet the family of terrorists and to understand about who are those people and who and why people become radicalized. So what we see is groomers really understand how to get into vulnerable people. I think we heard a lot of things about campuses. In fact, when people are, whether it's a perceived grievance or a true one, groomers understand about how to get to people, and what I call give them the microphone to the pain and tell them, you are hurting, it's not your fault. It's somebody's fault, you'll be happy. And so the other people that are hurting them, that causing their pain, are the Jewish people. And what we are finding is across every ideology, because Parents for Peace does intervention from far right to far left to Islamism, and cross ideology, they all target the Jews. So, I know I don't have to talk too much time, but so this is just the ADL statistic to show about the post-Hamas attack, about how it was increased the attack among Jews, and it's not even the last statistics. Traveling and meeting all those family members, I realized something. Family members don't call the cop on their kids. So what I realized is that we needed to intervene as early as possible to provide services to these families so we can prevent as soon as possible hate and attack, anti-Semitic attack. So we decided to create a helpline, the only helpline that provides services to bystanders when their loved ones are being radicalized at a national level. And just a week ago, we had to intervene, and it was a pretty tragic situation, but we were able to dispel that. And so, for here, all right, so extremism is really a psychological process. And I'm going to go quick because I know that I need to end. I don't have time to go there, but I'm just going to wrap up here. 2 weeks ago, I was one of the guests at the State of the Union by Congressman Henri Claus, And it was such an honor for our work to be recognized, our hard work, and we are partnering with Congressman Dr. Claus with a bill to hold social media accountable. One last thing that I want to say is when I was at the State of the Union 2 weeks ago, I met families who were survivors of Hamas. And one of them is actually here, Abby, which I really want to say I'm sorry for everything that happened to you and to your family. Abby and other Hamas survivors told me why someone like you who is non-Jewish cares so much and is so invested in anti-Semitism. At that time, Abby, I didn't know what to tell you, and I wanted to say that you don't have to be Jewish to do the right thing, to stand up against anti-Semitism.
I'm not the survivor, it's my nephew, Herschel Poland, who is one of the hospitals. So I'm here on this week about the family's behalf.
And when I came to this event, something occurred to me, is that the little girl that I used to be, who was a target of hate, and that got like all this the rock thrown at her, and called a Jew, nobody protected her. And this is the reason why today I'm doing the work and I build Parents for Peace, so there is no silence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Merriman. Really appreciate you coming today. And on behalf of the synagogue, we have a special gift for you. We'd like to present you with the Book of Esther, and hope you get to read from it and learn from it. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. First off, I want to say thank you for all those who've been here since the morning. I know it's been a long day. We have one last panel before we break off before the dinner. I just want to make an honorable mention. We have some important people here in the room with us, and I want to thank all of you for being here, but I just want to make one mention. We have Skip Randall from the Fellowship of Christian Jews, and I want to thank you so much for being here today and standing with the Jewish community. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So for our last panel, we all know the importance of social media, and especially on our children's and our grandchildren's lives. So I'm not the expert, but we're going to have the experts here with us. We have three social media influencers who are here. We're going to talk about the impact and the importance of social media. Please welcome Montana Tucker, who's a singer, actress, dancer, social media activist. And please welcome as well Lizzie Savetsi, who is a leading Jewish influencer. You may have seen her on the streets of New York. She's always out there. And moderated by Kim Mercy, who is a social media influencer herself and has a podcast with Grandma Gail. Where's Grandma Gail? She's right here. It's called Excuse My Grandma, on dating, right? It's about on everything, okay. Dating. So thank you all for being here. We're going to start the panel momentarily.
As Lizzie and Montana are making their way to the stage, I'll introduce myself. So I'm Kim Erskine. I have a podcast and TikTok and Instagram with my grandma Gail. It's called Excuse My Grandma. And we talk about dating and relationships and fashion. And I have been coming to Palm Beach my whole life, but I'm from New York City. And I was talking to some people beforehand here who were kind of like, my grandkids are on social media, my kids are on social media, but I have no idea what you're talking about. So I definitely want to give a little intro to the subject as the ladies are sitting down with us. And then I'll introduce them as well, of course. So most of the conversations I have with my grandma are typically lighthearted and entertaining, but recently we have had many conversations about the troubling rise of anti-Semitism and Jewish hate, which has always been around, but has become even more relevant to us since the massacre on October 7th that took place in Israel. Since October 7th, there has been a surge in online and offline attacks against Jewish individuals and communities. This period has witnessed not only a rise in hostility, but also a significant movement within the Jewish community towards empowerment and solidarity. Jewish individuals and groups have been actively coming together to support each other, embracing their identity with increased pride and openness, and countering anti-Semitism with resilience and unity. In the face of these challenges, there has been a proactive effort to combat hate speech and anti-Semitism, as well as prompting discussions on how social media platforms are handling these issues. Today, I'm very excited to chat with Lizzie Savetsky and Montana Tucker, who are two social media creators standing loud and proud in their Jewish identity. So guys, they are so accomplished, and even to get their bio down was a challenge, but I will do my best.
You got it.
Montana.
You don't have to read now.
I'll give a little bit because you deserve it. Montana Tucker with almost 14 million combined followers across the majority of her audience is Gen Z, which are people in their teens to late 20s, and Montana entertains people with her singing and dancing videos. Montana's passion has always been to combat anti-Semitism, as well as all forms of hate. She's been honored by numerous organizations and businesses, including the National Holocaust Museum. Montana garnered acclaim for her educational online docuseries, How to Never Forget. For this project, Montana traveled to Poland, including a visit to Auschwitz, where all four of Montana's great-grandparents were murdered and her grandmother Lily survived. We're so fortunate to have her here today.
Thank you so much.
Our other speaker here with us today is Lizzie Savetsky. Fans in the audience. Lizzie started her online journey over a decade ago as a fashion blogger. Originally from Fort Worth, Texas, Lizzie now lives in New York City with her husband, plastic surgeon Dr. Ira Savetsky, and their 3 children. Gradually, Lizzie began to share more online about her family and her Jewish faith and traditions and educational content. After October 7th, Lizzie has used her platforms to support Israel, interview families of the hostages and survivors of the massacre, support Jewish college students, and educate her followers about the increased anti-Semitism around the world. Lizzie is the author of Thou Shalt Be Beautiful, The Forgotten Jewish Ideal, which was published by Wicked Sun in 2023. Both of these women's dedication to philanthropy is a reflection of their commitment to their Jewish values and their desire to make a meaningful difference in the world. So let's please welcome Montana Tucker and Lizzie Savetsky.
Thank you.
Multiple rounds of applause for these ladies. So I spoke a little bit about the relationship with my grandparents. Montana, your great-grandparents were in the Holocaust. Lizzie, I know you are very close with your grandparents as well. I want to hear about your grandparents' kind of influence on you when it comes to your content. Did any of their Jewish values kind of trickle down to you when deciding to post this kind of stuff on social media? Montana, start.
Oh, absolutely. Everything I do is for my grandparents. Absolutely. I started my social media career from singing, from dancing, from acting. And my goal originally was to make people smile through my dancing and connect people from all walks of life. I've done videos of all different races, all different ethnicities, all different ages. But when my Zadie passed away 4 years ago at 97, I rewatched the Shoah Foundation testimonials of my grandma and my Zadie, and I knew I had to do something with those testimonials, with their stories, and I wasn't sure what exactly. And after talking with a bunch of people, I decided to go to Poland and make a docu-series for social media because my following at the time was predominantly Gen Z, and a lot of them unfortunately were never taught about the Holocaust, which to us in this room, that sounds insane because every single person in here, we all know exactly what the Holocaust was, but unfortunately around the world, especially with our younger generation, they're just not even being taught it in school. They were raised to not ever learn about it. And so that was over a year ago when I released that docuseries. So they have been a huge impact on everything that I do, and especially after October 7th. People always ask why we speak out. It's because they didn't have a voice back then, and now us Jews now have a voice, and we're able to use it, and we have to continue to use it.
And if you guys haven't seen Montana's series from Auschwitz and Poland with her mom, she went and did this amazing journey, and it really was, I've never seen anything like it. For me, you know, I was just getting to know Montana at the time when that series came out, and it really was one of the most impactful ways to reach the next generation, which unfortunately is being fed so much negative propaganda. And I can't think of a better way to educate them. I mean, these people idolize you, and for you to, I mean, most of your followers didn't even know you were Jewish, and then for you to take them on that journey, I thought was truly profound and so impactful. And so I thank you on behalf of the Jewish people and the next generation. As a mother, my kids adore you, you know that.
I adore them.
So, you know, my grandparents absolutely have an impact on everything that I do. I come from a long line of very strong, proud Jews, especially Jewish women. My dad's mom is very much alive and well. She's 93 years old. She's doing amazing, and well, I was gonna say something, but maybe I shouldn't. She called me up this week to talk to me about her thoughts on Chuck Schumer, but I'll just leave it at that. And she may not have called him Chuck, it rhymes with Chuck. But, you know, and so I feel like I'm in a safe space. So, you know, it's amazing to be able to feel like I'm making them proud with the work that I'm doing. My mom's mom, there was never a moment that she didn't cease to help someone in need, and I feel very much that same weight of responsibility that, to me, what I was raised with, my Jewish values, was if there's an opportunity to help someone, you step up and do it. And that's what I've tried to do with my platform and just with the way that I live my life in general. And my husband's great uncle was a Holocaust survivor. His grandma also, they were brother and sister. I never got to meet his grandmother because she passed away before he was born, but she came out of Auschwitz 73 pounds and was miraculously able to go on to have a life. And I look at my children every day as this miracle, because if she had not survived, I wouldn't have the family that I have. And I want them to know where they come from. And my great uncle, in his Shoah testimonial, said that, you know, you think you're very comfortable in America. We were very comfortable in Europe too. And I have been using my platform for several years now to sound the alarm, because the world is on fire and so many Jews are asleep. And his message really gives me the chills and resonates so deeply within me. And I really try to wake the world up and let them know that we can't just sit idly by and think that we're so comfortable, because things can change on the turn of a dime, and we've seen it. So we have to have our eyes open and we have to do our part.
Yeah. Lizzie, when you're talking about waking the world up, there's a lot of misinformation that obviously is circulated on social media. How do you make sure when you're creating your content and turning it into digestible content for people that you're getting the right kind of information?
It's so important. We want to be looked at, Montana and I, anytime that we're posting content about breaking news or about history, we want to make sure that all the facts are correct, because everyone is looking at us to poke holes in anything that we say and do. There's a microscope on every single one of us just by virtue of being a Jewish person, but especially us because of our platforms. And so I'm very careful and cautious about what I put out there. My husband is actually an amazing connoisseur of all news. And so every morning at 6:30, we have a morning meeting and we sit down and we talk about what news outlets are reporting what. And how I'm gonna break it down, and I always have a few trustworthy people that I run everything by before I put it out there. But at the same time, you know, I'm a human being. If I say something and I find out it's wrong, I'm not afraid to apologize and to correct the narrative. I think, you know, we can't be afraid to pull the trigger, but we also need to be accountable if we say something that is taken the wrong way or that can be a mistake. And it's so important also, you know, we've suddenly been forced to become experts on the Middle East and our entire history as a people. This is not something that I was raised with in Fort Worth, Texas. I mean, my parents did an amazing job, but it's not something that I just had in the back of my brain, and I had to really teach myself. And so what I try to do with my content is speak to the least educated person and really make it as simple and as entertaining and as easy to digest as possible. And that way people can feel like they have a grasp on whatever I'm trying to put out there.
For all the married couples in the room, you should now do a morning news conference.
Keeps the marriage going. I think just to add on that, you know, we do live in a day and age of misinformation, unfortunately. It's really hard to know what is true and what is not true. And like Lizzie said, we all are under a microscope, and everyone's finding every which way to say, oh, that's not true, oh, that's not correct. I mean, Oscars, I wish it was at the Oscars, at the Grammys. And it's funny because I never posted anything. I didn't like post any behind the scenes of my dress or me getting ready. And I sat down in my seat after all the madness, and actually Lizzie posted my dress, which was she's the most supportive and the best. And
I was in tears. I couldn't not post it. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I was blown away. I had to post it immediately.
You're the best. No, you're the
and then I was like, she didn't post it yet. Oh, God.
No, I'm so thankful. And it was getting shared so many times by so many people. And we actually have Hirsch's aunt in here. I don't know where she's sitting. Yes, we have Hirsch's entire family, which is so incredible. And, you know, I had Hirsch's mother, Rachel, reach out to me and write me a really, really beautiful message after wearing the dress. And for those of you who are not familiar, Hirsch is unfortunately a hostage that is still in Gaza. And the last video that his family saw of him was him with his arm blown off, taken on the truck of Hamas. So both of us have met with his parents several times and fight for him every day as much as we can. And she wrote me a beautiful message after. And so to me, with all the madness that came with it, to hear from the hostage families of being thankful that I wore that dress, I think stuff like that keeps us going, right? You know, it's knowing that we're making an impact in any way we can.
Those are my new celebrities, the hostage family.
Yes.
Those are the people that I am starstruck by, that because their strength is, it's, you know, otherworldly. I've never seen anything like it. And I wanted to say about your dress, I have used the story of you taking that moment, which you could have used for your own self-promotion, as most people would, because you have a career and this is a huge opportunity for you. And instead of saying, I'm gonna do what's best for Montana, you said, I'm gonna do what's best for the Jewish people and for all of humanity by taking advantage of this opportunity. And I've used that story when I talk to people all the time to say, you know, we have to think outside the box in our life. We have to think about what possible way can I make a difference today? What situation am I walking into that I can exploit on behalf of the Jewish people? And you did it to the nth degree. And it was so brave. It was so cool. I every time I think about it, I get emotional because truly you didn't have to do that. And it was such a statement. It was everywhere, and it meant the world to me and to everyone in this room. Truly.
I think something you have all probably noticed is that these ladies love to hype each other up.
Oh, I'm her biggest.
But I think it's so important because we have experienced a lot of hate. That's what this whole summit today is about. But we also have seen so much empowerment come out of this. So I wanted to ask both of you, we can start with you, Lizzie, what positive comments have you seen from your audience coming out of all this? And also, did you see an increase of followers? Did you lose followers?
So I started this journey in 2021 during the conflict in Gaza. And that was the first time that I really pivoted my platform and fully committed to my pro-Israel activism. I was really just a fashion blogger, lifestyle, posted pictures of my kids looking cute in clothes, so very different from what I do now, although sometimes I still post pictures of my kids looking cute in clothes. But at that point, it was a very dark time because I saw I saw how alone I was in the space of social media as a pro-Israel voice. I lost so many followers, I lost jobs, I got dropped by my management company, but I decided that if I was gonna lose so much just for standing strong as a proud Jew who stands with Israel, as I believe every Jew should, and I say that unapologetically, then, you know, what did I have anyway? What did I really lose? I didn't really have anything to begin with if I can't be strong and proud. So I just decided to double down and keep going in this direction. And the funny thing is, on October 7th, I was in Israel, and I was in a bomb shelter with my husband and 3 kids. This is not the funny part, I guess. I don't know why I said this is the funny thing. But I looked at my husband and I said, I don't have time to get emotional right now. I have a very big job to do. I have already established myself as an advocate for the Jewish people, and people are going to be looking to me as someone who's in Israel, who speaks about this as a resource and as for their breaking news and for what's happening. And, you know, it was insane because within a week, I had gained, I don't know, like 60, 70,000 followers. And I've been on Instagram since 2012. I'm pretty old in terms of the influencer space. Not old in real life, but, you know. Gee. Yeah. So it had taken me years and years to build my following, which was 229,000 followers at the time of October 7th. And, you know, today I have 360,000 followers. So I'm a micro influencer. I'm not for everyone. I talk about Israel.
You should be for everyone.
But to see the growth has been extremely reassuring because it shows me that people care and that people are looking for information about what's happening, that people are supporting, that people are finding inspiration and empowerment. And it really keeps me going because there are days, and I'm sure Montana, you have these days too, where I just want to throw in the towel. I'm worn out. It's been a lot. And I remember how many people are counting on me, and I know I have to keep going.
Absolutely. I think for me, the first time when I originally did my Holocaust series, which was over a year ago, that was the first time my following, I feel like, really found out that I was Jewish. You know, Montana Tucker isn't the most Jewish sounding name. And again, I was mostly posting my dance and singing and acting content. So I posted pictures of my grandparents here and there. And, you know, when I would do that, people would say the Holocaust never existed. Of course, you're a Jew making everything about yourself. I would get those types of comments back then. But honestly, the impact from the series is actually way more positive than posting about Israel. You had the Holocaust deniers, of course, but there were so many supporters, and actually from non-Jews around the world, it actually really did educate them, which was amazing to see that. But after October 7th, for the first 2 weeks, I couldn't post anything besides Israel. I felt sick to my stomach. I didn't even leave my house for a whole week until it was time to do a rally, actually, that I did with Floyd Mayweather, which was amazing that he's been so supportive. We all should really, anyone who's not Jewish that is supporting us right now, we need to be just so grateful. So that was a shocker to me. Floyd Mayweather, what the heck? But how cool was that? But he marched with me from beginning to end, and he shook everyone's hand, and he was so incredible. He actually was just in Israel. So he's amazing. That was the first time I left my house since October 7th. But to be around thousands of Jews there, and everyone feeling the same feelings that I felt, and everyone was going through the same exact thing, that really started to fuel me even more. But yeah, in the first 2 weeks, I lost 60,000 followers, and death threats, insane, every day, still. But to have the Jewish community though, to bring this on a more positive note, to have the Jewish communities every day also write the most incredible messages, and I know Lizzie gets them as well, of being like, I'm so ashamed to be Jewish right now, but seeing you be so proud and seeing you stand with us and be there for us, you're making me want to be proud. Or people say, I was scared to wear my jewelry, but now seeing you wear it, it makes me want to pull it back out. Or, you know, kids in schools or in colleges telling me that they're starting their own groups now, and they're doing Shabbats, and they're doing all these things, like, because of my content, and because of me using my voice. So social media can get such a scary and bad rep, as we know, but it also can be such a powerful and incredible place if you use it for good, like I know we are trying and we are doing. And it could be a place to educate. It could be a place to bring people together. I have my little fans that have become friends from meeting each other through my pages, which is so special. You know, I talk about anti-bullying, and I talk about, again, not just combating anti-Semitism, but all forms of hate, because they're all correlated. And it's really been a place to bring people together. So yes, we get the hate, of course, but through all of that, there's been so much love and so much support, and I think that this time has brought the Jewish community together in a way I've never seen before.
Jewish pride like we've never seen before. The best feeling. It's true. Obviously, there is always going to be hate that we're getting when we're posting any of these things. To protect your own mental health, are there certain keywords that you block? Like, I know even when my grandma and I post things that have nothing to do with our Jewishness, we'll get the Free Palestine, Palestine, the flags. So I had to block a lot of those keywords internally on Instagram or TikTok. I want to hear from both of you if you kind of did little tricks like that, and also if you find your experience on TikTok versus Instagram versus X being different. Montana, we can start with you.
Yes, so blocking words is the best thing ever. I didn't know about it before October 7th. And then, no matter what I posted, if I posted a dance video, if I posted a brand deal, I did a brand deal for DreamWorks for the Trolls movie. And it was literally me dancing with like this Trolls costume. It was ridiculous, but I was doing that. And all the comments were calling me a Nazi, telling me that I'm Hitler, saying we will not go see this movie because this genocide supporter is dancing. I mean, the comments were insane. So blocking words has been the best thing for me. And honestly, people always ask, like, have you ever responded to a negative comment? I have never once responded to a negative comment. I think the best way to respond is to keep posting and keep educating and because thank you, but they want, it's like going back to bullies in middle school and high school. A bully tries to get a rise out of you, right? That's what they're trying to do. And also, now with social media, there are bots, which is a crazy concept, but there are all these bots that are on there. I'm sure you got these, like sometimes I'll have days where it's like the same exact message sent from like hundreds of different accounts, and you're like, where, like, what is happening? But blocking words is so important. And again, yes, our mental health is, I know every single person in this room, all of our mental health have been affected since October 7th. Every generation, you know, it's you can't avoid it. It's there, and so we have to, of course, protect ourselves. And again, with social media, it's hard to not look. It's hard to not look. It's hard to get off of. We you know, it's especially when it's now our jobs. It's hard to get off social media. It's kind of a 24/7 thing. So the blocking of the keywords and to me not responding to the negative comments helps me the most.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on not responding. I'm not as strong as you. I have engaged at times, not with the blatant hate bots, but I've never once made any sort of positive progress by engaging with a hater. They're not there to engage in a conversation. Those are not the people whose eyes you're going to open, and it's not a good place to put our energy when we have such limited energy. I will say TikTok is horrible. It is a complete cesspool. I put my videos on TikTok because that is where the young eyeballs are, and that is where my content needs to live. But I actually have somebody put it on TikTok for me. I don't even have the app on my phone. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to know what they're saying, because it is very disheartening to see how much hate there is. And even if it is bots, you know, at a certain point it does start to penetrate your psyche. I will say, I'm a modern Orthodox Jew, and Shabbat has been my solace. I can't live. Give it up for Hashem for Shabbat. I don't know how I could keep going without taking 25 hours a week off. I need that time to unplug from all of the hate, unplug from all of the chaos of social media, plug into my spirituality, plug into my family, plug into my own sanity. And then I feel refreshed and I can go back. But it's important to remember that most of what we're seeing on social media, I know it's so hard and we start doom scrolling at 3 in the morning when we roll over and wake up, and it's hard to go back to sleep. But we have to remember that it's just such a tiny picture of reality. It can start to feel like it is our reality, but it's really not. It's just a very loud minority, and it's unfortunate because a lot of our youth is getting their education from that, but we need to find a way to take a break from that and to remember what life really looks like.
I want to end on this question. Many individuals, whether you have a large following or you don't, feel hesitant or scared, as you mentioned, to be posting on social media due to backlash or whatever else. What message do you have, especially to young people, about how to kind of be open and unafraid and how to kind of deal with any of the hate that they're getting?
I think being young in this day and age is so difficult. I mean, I feel for Lizzie with her kids, and I don't have any kids yet. But I can't imagine. I mean, I know how, the bullying was when I was in school, and that was before social media was what it is today. So I can only imagine what it is now, and especially, I mean, I hear it all the time. I get messages from kids and teens all the time about what they're experiencing in their schools, if they're not going to a Jewish school, what they're experiencing. And I think that it's a difficult time. We have to accept that it's a difficult time, unfortunately. But through difficult times always come better times, and you always come out of it. And Jews, I think, since the beginning of time, have always dealt with the most difficult times to come out stronger and better on the other end. And I truly, truly believe that is going to happen after all of this madness is over. I really do believe it. I'm already seeing it. I feel like we all, even by all these events that have been going on since October 7th, to see so many Jews come together and want to fight and want to make a difference, whether it's donating their time or donating their energy. And I think that it's also inspiring the youth to want to stand up. I think with these, I just spoke at the ADL conference, and there were teens and so like thousands and thousands of high schoolers and college students coming up and telling me that they're starting these groups now and they're fighting and they're doing as much as they can. I think that's so incredible because that wasn't around, at least for me, when I was in high school. I didn't see any of that ever. So I think that it's really igniting this fire in the younger generation, for better for us, but for worse, unfortunately, in some on some sides or some people. Don't want to say the wrong thing there, but I think that everyone's now, I feel like, learning more about their family's history. They're doing more research, they're educating themselves more, and I think that's really incredible. That I don't think they would have done this if it wasn't for October 7th. So I think that they're now learning more about their roots, where they came from, what it means to be Jewish, and I think that's incredible.
And you made it cool, Montana, to show where you come from and to look back with your series. And I'm grateful for one that, my 9-year-old daughter is obsessed with you. I can't leave the stage with Montana without saying that this girl, she not only talks the talk, she walks the walk. She and I had not known each other that long, and I had told her that my daughter was her #1 fan. She came after an event. She had won an award that night. I talked to every single person in the room. It was like 1,000 person event. And then came over to my apartment at 11 p.m. to surprise my daughter and wake her up and dance with her. And but I'm so grateful that my kids have somebody that is so amazing to look up to. I wish there were more of you out there doing what you're doing. But I will say, you know, I've tried with my own children to let them know that being Jewish comes with a great responsibility. We have to carry the torch. You know, our ancestors fought through persecution, expulsion, murder, and we are here today and living these beautiful, privileged lives. We have an obligation to them and to our future to speak up in these moments. We cannot sit back and be silent. You know, we're a link in the chain. And I feel like if we were able to help our youth see that it's about so much more than just them as a person. It's about so much more than just that one post that they're going to share, that they're going to put up there. It's about all of us and our future. And we need every single person to be a part of this, because we just don't have enough of us to stay silent. We have to. Every single one of us has to do something every day. And whatever that may be, it looks different for every person. And there's really no act that's too small as an activist. Every little thing we do matters. Every conversation that we have matters. And this is the time really to find our inner courage. You know, Purim is around the corner. And I think about Queen Esther. You know, she didn't want to be put in this position where she was taken away from her family and put in the palace alone, and then the whole fate of our future rested on her shoulders and her ability to find her courage in that moment to go to the king. And we have to do that. This is our moment. We have to find our courage. Don't want to let this moment pass us by. We don't want to look back on this time and think that we didn't do everything that we possibly could for our people and for our future.
Yes.
I love that so much. That's beautiful. Something Montana said briefly reminded me of something the rabbi told me on Birthright, which was, we fought, we survived, now let's eat. And we're the last panel, so I feel like that was fitting. Thank you ladies both so much. We learned so much from you today. I want to open it up quickly if people had questions. Right there in the middle.
I'll just debrief. Well, first, thank you both for being here, for speaking out. It's very uplifting. I want to ask, just with how you said TikTok is a cesspool, would we be better off without TikTok?
I'm not going to answer this because Montana has a career that's built around TikTok, so I'm going to let Montana take this one.
You know, it's so sad where TikTok has come. TikTok, when I first started it, was like right after the pandemic. And it was a place for everyone to express themselves freely, no matter what race, no matter what religion you were, no matter what you looked like. The more different and unique you were, the more you were actually like promoted on TikTok. And it was a place for people to just be themselves. I feel like versus other platforms, TikTok was the place where everyone could be silly or be themselves or just kind of have fun. It was really a fun app. And that's why I started it, and that's my biggest platform. And after October 7th, what has happened on the app, I mean, I know people were trying to ban TikTok way before October 7th, I know that. But what has happened after October 7th is so incredibly sad, and the algorithms on there, it's insane what these kids are being given. And I know for a fact by working with them that they are able to push whatever videos they want on the app. I know that for a fact, and they're able to take down whatever videos they want on the app. And they kind of keep trying to act like they have no say in that, and it's just not true. So it's really, really sad. I've been on all these calls with TikTok, with heads of TikTok. Amy Schumer's been on the call, and
I was on the one with you where Sacha Baron Cohen was
exactly.
like, shame on you.
Yes, that was the craziest moment ever, to be honest, for Sacha Baron Cohen to just get on there. And I didn't even know he was on the call. Were you on the call?
Yeah, I was on
Oh my
it.
God.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So First of all, that call wasn't even, somehow got out, so I'm saying information that's already out in the public.
Oh, I don't know if it was leaked.
This is out. No, this was an article, I saw it.
Okay.
But
This is news to me, I'm loving this.
No,
Tell me everything.
his camera was
I wanna
off.
get the drama.
His camera was off, and it was only like 10 of us. Like, it was a very small call. And Amy Schumer, Deborah Messing, who, we love Deborah, she's incredible, and Amy. And someone, SBC, was on the call, and the camera was off, so I thought it was someone from like TikTok. I didn't know who this person was. And Amy, on Zoom, you can like raise your hand. So SBC was raising their hand, and Amy's like, can you call on SBC? And all of a sudden, Sacha Baron Cohen gets on, and he starts going, shit on you, TikTok. And I'm like, all of our faces, I think, I didn't know he was gonna be on. So I was just like, I can't believe
Did
it's
you
happening.
recognize his voice?
Or what, did you see his face?
Oh, you saw his face?
Yeah,
No.
he had his camera on.
His camera, it was off at first, but then he turned it on when he was called on. It was crazy. The moral of the story is, we've been trying to fight for them to make a difference and for them to do something, and they haven't done anything, and it's been 6 months now, and, you know, do I want the app to go away? No. I would love for them to make a real change, and I don't know how that's possible with how it's going now. So that's how I would say it, but I you know, have over 9 million followers on TikTok, and it would be a shame to, you know, get rid of all of that. And it's been a huge part of my career, and I feel like I've really touched a lot of people on there. But it can't.
Including my 9-year-old daughter.
But it can't go on the way it is now. That's a fact, and so hopefully something changes. That's what I hope.
Unfortunately, we don't have any more time for questions, but I'm sure you can find everyone bop around the room after. Thank you all again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
On behalf of the synagogue and Michael and Owen Greenwald, I'd like to present you with this beautiful Megillah Esther. Thank you for joining us at the Summit to Counter Anti-Semitism. May God bless you with strength and courage to continue your important work. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one. Ladies and gentlemen, those who will be joining us for dinner, we have a cocktail reception now happening in the East Garden. We'd like to invite everyone to come to the East Garden so we can reset the room for dinner. Once again, those who are joining us for dinner, we'd like to invite you to join us at the cocktail reception in the East Garden. For those who are not, thank you so much for being here today.
Friday nights, but otherwise, there's still big crowds on Friday nights, but they've had like a lot of Shabbat Friday nights and like that. Yeah, yeah. Matthew. You've never been to it? I've never cooked with that. Kimberly.
Okay, so then we can disconnect.
Again, I'd like to invite everyone to join us in the East Garden. Those staying for dinner, please join us. In the East Garden, we'd like to reset this room. If everyone could please join us in the East Garden so we can reset this room, it would be very greatly appreciated. Again, we'd like to invite those joining us for dinner to join us in the East Garden for cocktails. We'd like to clear out the room if possible, so you can chat in the lobby or the East Garden.
Longer than the trip. That's a station, right?
It's a lot of tape. It's taped by like 2 or 3 doorways.
Interesting. You were telling me, maybe you got maybe 3.
Yeah, the video camera guy. I think he's outside.
I'm gonna slide that TV over.
This one's going down? This one's going here?
We'll do it. The FBI one, stay here.
Okay.
We're gonna run the other FBI cross.
Cross?
FBI maybe. Yeah, let me get it one more SDI before they run the station. Everybody, run that HDM XLR while you have it in your hand. Okay, so one screen on each side, right? You have a video for it now?